Chapter 11-12. Xiao Dao's expression eased up slightly when he saw old Gu. If the old geezer still didn't show himself, then the matter would truly be difficult to resolve. The sword sect. She knew a little about this ancient power, Dao Yi, and she was probably the only one who knew a little about Dao Yi. Because the place the sword sect resided at was too special. Outsiders were utterly unaware of it. Moreover, the reason she knew about this power was because of that white little fellow. All those years ago, she'd been extremely proud and arrogant. So, her first thought upon seeing that white little fellow was to seize him from her. Unfortunately, she'd overlooked the little girl, and the green-clothed man by the little fellow's side, and that white-robed woman as well. It was a tragic experience. Moreover, the green-clothed man was the sect master of the sword sect. If there was anyone in this universe who could resist the sword of the woman in a plain dress, then the green-clothed man was one of them. But the problem was that both of them were related to Yi Xian. She felt speechless when she thought about all of this. Wu Tian gazed at old Gu. "Where did you come from?" Old Gu laughed coldly. "You want to take my young sect master? Have you asked my sword sect?" Wu Tian frowned. "The sword sect? What's that?" Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from the depths of the starry sky. Everyone turned their heads to look towards the starry sky, and they saw 12 rays of light there. It didn't take long for those 12 rays of light to pass through space and appear here. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed when they saw these 12 people, including Xiao Dao. All 12 swordsmen were at the mortal sword realm. Even though besides the man in the lead, the others were only at the first level of the mortal sword realm. How terrifying was that? Moreover, the swordsman in the lead was even at the peak of the second level of the mortal sword realm. Most importantly, all of them were at the ruler realm. Their cultivations were at the peak of the mortal sword realm as well. A Qian who stood by Amu's side spoke softly. "Where did they come from?" His voice carried a trace of shock. Amu blinked. "It's mine." A Qian looked at Amu. Amu grinned. "Didn't you hear what that old man said? My family's young sect master. I'm their young sect master, so these belong to my family." A Qian glanced at Amu. "When did you become so thick-skinned?" "Amu." A Qian suddenly said. "I'm your sister, right?" Amu nodded. "We are sisters," A Qian said softly. "Then they are still our family." Amu looked at A Qian. When he saw the 12 swordsmen, Skyla's expression turned extremely ugly. 12 swordsmen. Moreover, all of them were ordinary swords, and they were all at the sovereign realm. Where did all this come from? Shengong's face was also extremely ugly. At this moment, he really wanted to curse. Was there no end to this? How many helpers did this Yi Xian have? Moreover, each one was more abnormal than the other. Was this Yi Xian the reincarnation of a Tendo? Even if he was the reincarnation of a Tendo, it wouldn't be this exaggerated, right? Demon Yen and God Emperor's expressions were also extremely ugly. The appearance of these 12 people made them understand one thing. That was why Xiao Dao and the others wanted to help Yi Xian. The people behind this guy were not just the plain-dressed woman. Who was he? Old Gu looked at the man in the lead. "Senior brother Gu Nye. Where is senior brother Lu Yunxian?" The man called Gu Nye smiled. "He has a mission, so I came," Old Gu said solemnly. "Where is the sect master?" Gu Nye said softly. "The sect master went to a very far place." As he spoke, he glanced at the scene. "Where is little junior brother?" Old Gu pointed at the tomb in the distance. "Little junior brother is charging into the rebirth realm now." Gu Nye glanced at the tomb while a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. "The second level of the mortal sword realm?" Old Gu nodded. Gu Nye roared with laughter. "He really is an extraordinary genius." As he spoke, he turned around to look at Wu Tian. "What did you say my sword sect is?" "Let me tell you what my sword sect is." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. In the distance, Wu Tian's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly pressed his palms together. Boundless world of darkness. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of black light instantly enveloped him and Gu Nye. At this moment, a ray of sword light tore through the black light, and then it appeared in front of Skyless. Wu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he stomped his right foot. "Domain!" As soon as he finished speaking, a shapeless force suddenly enveloped the ray of light. Right at this moment, the ray of light suddenly trembled violently, and it directly destroyed the domain. At this moment, Wu Tian was horrified in his heart, and he hurriedly flashed backwards. However, it was still slightly too late, and the ray of light had directly slashed apart his body. Wu Tian, who was already in soul form, retreated explosively by almost 3 kilometers. Gunya held the sword in his hand as he looked at Wu Tian. He smiled. Now do you know what the sword sect is? Wu Tian stared fixedly at Gunya. Then do you know who's behind us? Gunya smiled. Our sword sect is fearless. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the 12 swordsmen behind him. Kill! The 12 swordsmen immediately transformed into 12 rays of light that charged forward. Meanwhile, Amu spoke abruptly. All the experts of the Wu clan attack. Don't leave a single one alive. A Qian's voice resounded along with it. All the experts of the Tian clan, listen up. Kill. Don't leave a single one alive. The variant beast scripture led the beasts to charge forward as well. Arrow waved her right hand lightly, and the undefeated army behind her charged forward. This time, Yi Xian's side was completely crushed, because the combat strength of the 12 swordsmen in the lead was truly too terrifying. These swordsmen could really fight 10 enemies by themselves, and they were practically invincible in the same realm of cultivation. They were completely crushed. The expressions of Shen Gong and the others instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. If this continued, then they would be annihilated in less than an hour. Right at this moment, Wu Tian suddenly shouted furiously, "Retreat! Retreat!" They had no choice but to retreat now, because they'd severely underestimated their opponents. The experts of the Dark World retreated in unison when they heard Wu Tian. Demon Yen and God Emperor led their forces away when they witnessed this scene. Amu suddenly said, "Stop them." Gunya suddenly transformed into a ray of light that charged towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian didn't hesitate at all when he saw Gunya charge over, and he transformed into a ray of black light that vanished within the teleportation formation. The current him was not Gunyan's match at all. The black sword emissary and the others by her side also turned around and left. Soon, the experts of the Dark World disappeared into the horizon like a tide. However, many had died. Countless corpses of Dark World experts fell from the sky like it was raining. Fresh blood dyed the entire sky red. As for Gu and I, he directly rushed into the teleportation array. The 12 swordsmen behind him also wanted to follow. But at this moment, a sword light floated out. The sword light dissipated. It was ancient sin. Gu and I looked at the man who had died. The spatial teleportation array disappeared and said softly, "It's not the power of this world." Old Gu appeared beside Gunya, and he looked at the spatial teleportation formation and said in a low voice, "Many forces are targeting the young sect master." Gunyan turned to look at the tomb and said softly, "Young sect master's karma is not simple. No wonder sect master went there personally." Old man Gu said in a deep voice, "Is sect master running around for young sect master's matter?" Gunya nodded. Hearing this, old man Gu furrowed his brows. "Even the sect leader can't solve it?" Gunyan said softly, "It's not that simple." Old man Gu's face sank when he heard this. He was very clear about the sect leader's strength. If even the sect leader couldn't solve it, then the matter was really quite serious. Right at this moment, Xiao Dao appeared by Gunyan's side. She looked at Gunyan and said, "Where's your sect leader?" Gunyan looked at Xiao Dao and said with a smile, "Sect leader has gone somewhere else. He's been gone for a very long time." Xiao Dao frowned slightly. "That little girl and the little white fellow went with him?" A trace of surprise flashed in Gunyan's eyes. "Young miss knows them?" Xiao Dao nodded. "I've seen them a few times." Gunyan nodded slightly. "We haven't seen sect leader for a very long time as well." As he spoke, he turned to glance at the corpses of the dark living beings below. "Young miss, do you know who released these dark living beings?" Xiao Dao said softly, "It should be someone from the ascendant dimension that interfered." Gunyan frowned slightly. "We've never allowed anyone from the ascendant dimension to come down here." Xiao Dao looked at Gunyan. "All of you have been standing guard there." Gunyan nodded. Xiao Dao said in a light voice, It isn't your problem. Gunyan asked. Young miss, what do you mean? Xiao Dao glanced at the depths of the starry sky and said, they probably snuck in from somewhere else. It's best that all of you investigate after you return. Something isn't right. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes narrowed slightly. All of you better be careful, Gunyan said in a low voice. Young miss, you mean that they might be targeting us? Xiao Dao nodded. The fifth dimension tribulation is about to arrive, and the hearts of the people are in chaos. It's the best opportunity for them to make a move. Gunyan hesitated for a moment and said, has that woman in a plain dress really left? Xiao Dao nodded. Gunyan sighed lightly. Originally, the woman in a plain dress was the last person in this universe that could deter the myriad of worlds in the universe. But now that she'd left, the matter was extraordinarily troublesome. Xiao Dao looked at Gunyan. Can all of you come over? Gunyan shook his head. No. If we leave that place, then this universe will be even more dangerous. Xiao Dao frowned slightly. All of you are unable to annihilate them with your strength? Gunyan laughed bitterly. They never fight us head-on, and they just hide. But so long as we relax, they'll come out, and we're helpless against them. Xiao Dao said in a low voice. Can't we kill our way over? Gunyan shook his head. We've tried in the past. That place is too chaotic, and it's extremely far. They hide everywhere, and we're helpless against them. Xiao Dao suddenly said, all of you go back. Gunyan gazed at Xiao Dao, and Xiao Dao said in a light voice, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Understand? Gunyan's eyes narrowed slightly. They intend to act against us? Xiao Dao said in a low voice. They don't have the strength, but what if they play tricks? Gunyan fell silent for a short moment, and then he said, I originally intended to take junior brother away this time, but Xiao Dao shook her head. If all of you take him away, then the matter will become even more serious. As she spoke, she turned to glance at the tomb and said in a light voice, that study room was brought by the prophet from above. This prophet, in the words of that little girl, he's truly a sly old bastard. Chapter 11:13. Gunyan blinked when he heard Xiao Dao. Sly bastard? What do you mean? Xiao Dao spoke indifferently. I mean very sly. Gunyan was speechless. Xiao Dao suddenly said, what did you encounter when you entered the teleportation formation just now? Gunyan spoke in a low voice. A formidable force, and the person who attacked isn't from this dimension. Xiao Dao's beautiful brows knit together slightly. Gunyan gazed at the tomb in the distance and spoke softly. It's truly dangerous for junior brother to stay here. Xiao Dao shook his head. This is the path he chose. Gunyan grinned. Just like the sect master did all those years ago. Fine, I won't be taking him with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he cupped his fists to everyone here. Everyone, we still have an assignment to carry out, so we'll be leaving first. If you have the chance, please come to the sword sect to be our guests. We'll meet again in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he and the 12 others behind him transformed into 12 rays of light that vanished into the starry sky. They're gone. Everyone here exchanged glances with each other. Needless to say, all of them were extremely shocked right now. That was too terrifying. 12 mortal swordsmen. Such a lineup was truly heaven-defying. How Tian and the others felt a slight lingering fear in their hearts. Fortunately, they hadn't joined forces with Demon Yen and the others. Otherwise, the Tian race would have probably been finished. The Sword Sect. At this moment, everyone throughout the fifth dimension knew of the Sword Sect. Amu walked over to Variant Beast's scripture, and then she bowed slightly. Thank you, young miss, for coming to help us. We'll remember this kindness. Variant Beast's scripture spoke in a low voice. Is it all right for me to stay here with the Wu clan? Amu blinked, and then she hurriedly said, of course. You can stay here. Feel free to let me know if you need anything. Variant Beast's scripture glanced at the tomb and said, let's wait for him to come out. Amu nodded, all right. She knew that Variant Beast's scripture had definitely come to help because of Yi Xian. The Wu clan didn't have that much influence. Amu walks in front of Arrow. She once again bows. Many thanks to Miss Arrow for coming to help. Arrow sheathed his sword and said softly, We're on the same side. There's no need to be like this. Amu smiled and said, Understood. They were on the same side. Arrow was here to help. He was really here to help. Of course, no matter what the reason was. The Wu clan and Yi Xian should be grateful to those who came to help. Amu looked at Xiao Dao and the one-legged woman. Xiao Dao said softly, Don't celebrate too early. Those people won't give up. Amu nodded. I understand. Miss Xiao Dao, may I ask you a few questions? Xiao Dao looked at Amu. You want to know the background of those people? Amu nodded slightly. Yes. Xiao Dao said softly. That Shen Gong was the righteous god of the Tendo era. In the Tendo era, there were a total of 109 righteous gods. They were all the top experts of the Tendo era. By the way, some of the ancestors of your Wu clan and the Tian clan were also righteous gods of the Tendo era. Hearing this, Amu and Xiao Dao were somewhat shocked. Amu said in astonishment, Are Wu clan's ancestors? Regarding the Wu clan's ancestors, they actually didn't know much about them, because they were a whole era apart. Xiao Dao nodded. Your Wu clan's ancestors were the top among those righteous gods. At that time, those righteous gods were getting stronger and more arrogant. Some righteous gods wanted to eliminate the Tendo, who posed the greatest threat to them. Amu said in a deep voice. They were the ones who attacked first. Xiao Dao nodded. These righteous gods were the ones who attacked first. They wanted to defy the heavens. I have to say, if they all joined forces, Tendo really wouldn't be able to defeat them. Unfortunately, Tendo was smarter than them. She directly disintegrated them from within. Moreover, she caught them off guard and took the initiative to kill the two strongest righteous gods. Just like that, those righteous gods were played to death by her alone. Amu, Xiao Dao said softly. As far as I know, Tendo sealed 29 righteous gods in Buzhou Sacred Mountain. If these 29 righteous gods were released, the consequences would be very serious. That Shen Gong wanted to release these 29 righteous gods. And if he wanted to release these 29 righteous gods, he would need Tendo or Human King. Obviously Tendo is impossible. Therefore he definitely wouldn't give up on Yi Xian. Saying that, she paused and then said, What I'm most worried about is, if there are people from the upper realm helping him. Amu said in a deep voice. Those dark creatures are also from the era of Tendo, right? Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. Those dark creatures are from the era of Tendo. Moreover, they existed even earlier than Shen Gong and the other righteous gods. The Lord of the Dark World had appeared in this universe with the heavenly Tao. This person's strength is not ordinary. Back then, Tendo was able to suppress him. But now Tendo. Amu looked at Xiao Dao. Did something happen to Tendo? Xiao Dao shook his head. Something must have happened to this woman. But she will definitely be fine. Her IQ is terrifyingly high. Amu nodded slightly. I understand. But wasn't that study created by the prophet? Why did it become something from the upper realm? Xiao Dao looked at Amu. The study was created by the prophet, but the prophet doesn't belong to this universe. Moreover, there are things that don't belong to this universe. Amu asked, Who is the prophet? Xiao Dao shook his head. I won't answer this question, because it won't do you any good. Amu was silent. A Qian suddenly asked, In other words, the people from above want this study, right? Xiao Dao nodded. Yes, a Qian said. What if we give them the study? Xiao Dao said calmly. Don't pin your hope of survival on the mercy of the enemy. Also, don't underestimate the prophet. He used his own life to play chess. Do you think it's easy? A Qian was silent. Xiao Dao glanced at the two women and said, Both of you are intelligent people and have a far-sighted vision. However, there's always a higher mountain. The prophet and the Tendo are both good chess players. Don't think about breaking the game they set. Just let nature take its course. Because they have never thought of harming you. But if you're stupid and want to break the game, then you'll really be courting death. Understand? Amu nodded slightly. Understood. Xiao Dao continued. It's a good thing for both of your clans that the two of you can join forces. Amu suddenly asked, What is the sword sect fighting against? Xiao Dao said softly, Something very dangerous. If it weren't for them, this universe would have been gone in advance. As she said that, She looked up into the depths of the starry sky. There are many dangerous things in this vast universe. Although there have been countless powerful clans and experts in this universe, compared to the entire universe, they are insignificant. After saying that, she turned around and left. Not long after, she disappeared from everyone's sight. After Xiao Dao left, Amu suddenly said softly, "She's even more mysterious." Qian nodded. Yes. Amu looked at the horizon and said softly, "We can't wait for the sword sect to help us every time." Qian looked at Amu. "What do you want to do?" Amu said softly, "It's already the most dangerous time." Qian narrowed her eyes. "That's for the sake of fighting against the fifth dimension tribulation." Amu smiled and didn't say anything. Qian was silent for a moment. "Indeed, if we can't get through this, why wait for the fifth dimension tribulation? Let's go." After saying that, she left with Amu. In the field, Yiling turned around and looked at the grave. There was a trace of worry in her eyes. In a graveyard, the old man looked at the horizon and sighed. He continued sweeping with his broom. Not long after, he arrived in front of a grave. On the tombstone in front of the grave were 2 skewers of candied hawthorns. The old man looked at the tombstone. There were no words on the tombstone. After a long time, the old man sighed. He looked at the tombstone. There was a weapon in the shape of a thorn. It lay there quietly, as if waiting for its master to wake it up. The old man looked at it for a moment and said softly, "Considering the time, it should be over by now." After saying that, he turned around and left. In the depths of a distant starry sky, a white-robed woman was flying. She had her hands behind her back, and there was a heroic spirit between her brows. A wine gourd hung from her waist. At this moment, the white-robed woman suddenly stopped. She looked up. Her gaze pierced through the starry sky, looking at an extremely distant place. After a long time, a sword light appeared in the depths of her eyes. The white-robed woman frowned. "Gone." After saying that, her expression suddenly became ferocious. "Don't worry, I'm not." After saying that, she suddenly punched out. Boom. Under that punch, the entire starry sky was destroyed. True nirvana. Under that punch, the entire starry sky was completely destroyed, never to appear again. In this pitch-black space, a powerful devouring force surged towards the white-robed woman. However, it did not cause her any harm. After a moment, the white-robed woman turned around and returned. Soon she disappeared into the vast starry sky. That direction was the complete opposite of where she was originally going. In a certain grassland, a woman was squatting by the river. The river was clear and the bottom could be seen. The woman was very seriously counting the small fish in the river. At this moment, a phantom suddenly appeared not far in front of the woman. The phantom looked at the woman by the river without saying a word. The woman looked up at the phantom and said with a smile, "I said before that I won't run." The phantom looked at the woman. "I've always been curious. Why didn't you resist?" The woman smiled. "Why should I resist? This place is quite good. I can stay here and relax." The phantom said in a deep voice, "You went to see him before?" The woman nodded. "To be precise, I went to see that woman. I wanted to make her stay longer, but she ignored me." The phantom suddenly asked, "Are you afraid of her?" The woman smiled. "Why should I be afraid? I didn't offend her. I'm a good person." The phantom suddenly said, "You don't seem to be human, do you?" The woman shook her head. "As long as I'm willing, I'm human. Of course, you can also say that I'm something else." After a moment of silence, the phantom said, "The seal of the dark world has been completely lifted. We did it." The woman looked at the phantom and said with a smile, "Well done." The phantom. P.S. Between saving face and asking for a ticket, what do you think I'll choose? Chapter 11:14. By the riverside, the shadow stood quietly. The woman in front of him gently scooped with both hands. And with this, a small fish appeared in her hands. The woman smiled, gently tapped the forehead of the small fish, and then put it into the river. However, the small fish was unwilling to leave. The small fish kept swimming in front of the woman, from time to time wagging its tail at the woman, as if to express something. At this time, the shadow suddenly said, "Those righteous gods that were sealed by you, They are also coming out. The woman smiled. If they come out, then let them come out. The shadow frowned slightly. You really don't care at all? The woman smiled lightly. All living beings have their own lives. What use is there for me to care? The shadow stared at the woman. Is that so? The woman smiled. Believe it or not, it's up to you. After saying that, she stood up and left. The shadow looked at the woman in the distance, silent. The attitude of the woman in front of him was too abnormal. From the moment they found her, it had been abnormal. Because the other party did not resist at all. From beginning to end, she did not resist. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Thinking of this, when the shadow looked at the woman in the distance, there was killing intent. At this time, the woman in the distance suddenly stopped. She smiled. Killing me will cost a lot. Not to mention others like you, even 10,000 would be useless. So if you want to kill me, you have to find the master behind you. The shadow was silent for a long time. In the end, he did not make a move, but turned and left. As the woman said, he really did not have the ability to kill her. In the distance, the woman walked slowly, holding a small fish in her hand. After walking for a long time, the woman suddenly stopped. She looked at the small fish in her hand and grinned. Do you want to braise it or steam it? After saying that, she began to make a fire. Somewhere in the dark void, Wutian sat on the ground. Behind him was an endless dark army. Shengong was also beside Wutian. At this moment, Shengong's face was extremely gloomy. Failed. Originally, in his opinion, this time capturing Yi Xian was in the bag. But he did not expect that so many experts would appear to help Yi Xian, especially that sword sect. 12 common swordsmen. What kind of immortal force was this? And that woman in a plain dress. Why were there so many experts behind Yi Xian? Just then, Skyless suddenly opened his eyes. Shengong looked at Skyless. What are you going to do next? Skyless silence. He was extremely fearful of the sword sect as well. Shengong suddenly said, let me tell you, that Yi Xian is a genius. He's already at the second tier of the mortal sword realm. With his talent, if he continues to grow, it will be harder than ascending the heavens for us to capture him. Skyless looked at Shengong. Can you stop the sword sect? Can you stop that Xiao Dao? Shengong was expressionless. Isn't there someone behind you? Call it out. Let's fight him to the death. Wutian's eyes slowly closed. Shengong, I understand your feelings. However, you have to understand that the current situation is no longer something we can control. Everything has to be considered at length. Shengong was silent. As Skyless said, they didn't have any advantage right now. At this moment, a phantom suddenly appeared in front of Skyless. Skyless looked at the phantom. What did the higher-ups say? The phantom said, the higher-ups will find a way to hold the sword sect. Skyless said in a deep voice, there is also that Xiao Dao. This person's strength is extremely strong. She has been hiding her strength before. Shengong suddenly asked, do you know the true identity of that Xiao Dao? The phantom said, we are still investigating this person's identity. Shengong frowned slightly. You don't know her identity? The phantom nodded. This woman is too mysterious. Shengong hesitated and then said, what about Tendo? The phantom said softly, she doesn't seem to want to intervene. She doesn't care about anything. Shengong said in a deep voice, that's not right. The phantom looked at Shengong. Shengong's face was a little gloomy. This woman is insidious and cunning. It is impossible for her to not care about anything. The phantom nodded. We also know that, but there is no way. Shengong looked at the phantom. Why not directly kill her to get rid of future troubles? The phantom was expressionless. Do you know how much it will cost to kill her? Shengong was silent. That woman is not only intelligent, but her strength is also ridiculously high. Wanting to kill her, it is not an ordinary difficulty. The phantom suddenly said, it's good that she doesn't intervene. We don't have much energy to take care of her. Now the top priority is to deal with the sword sect and Yi Xian, as well as that Xiao Dao. Speaking of this, he looked at Shengong. Have you investigated that Yi Xian? Shengong nodded. Yes. The phantom said in a deep voice. There should be no one behind him, right? After a moment of silence, Shengong said, According to my investigation, his main backer is that plain dress woman. She has already left. If you can stop that Xiao Dao and Sword Sect, it won't be difficult for us to kill him. Sword Sect? The Phantom suddenly asked. Are you sure there is nothing else? Shen Gong nodded. Nothing else. We have almost understood all the experts in this world. Those who should have taken action have taken action. Those who haven't taken action are either not strong enough or don't have any. Therefore, our biggest enemy now is that Sword Sect and Xiao Dao, as well as that arrow. After saying this, he paused. Wu clan and Tian clan can't be underestimated. These two clans must have a trump card. The Phantom suddenly said, Follow me. With that, he turned around and left. Shen Gong and Skyless looked at each other, then the two of them followed. The illusory figure brought the two of them to a starry sky. The illusory figure opened his palm, and a small black disc suddenly appeared in his palm. In the next moment, the black disc flew out, and a black pillar of light suddenly soared into the sky from the black disc. This black pillar of light shot into the depths of the starry sky. After a moment, Shen Gong looked at the Phantom. Great Emissary, what are you doing? The Great Emissary said softly, asking for help. Shen Gong was about to speak, but at this moment, the black beam suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Shen Gong frowned. The Great Emissary suddenly said, There will be people to deal with Xiao Dao and Sword Sect, but we have to solve the rest ourselves. Shen Gong frowned slightly. Is it feasible? That Sword Sect is not simple. The Great Emissary said indifferently. No matter how not simple, can they be more powerful than those above? Shen Gong nodded slightly. Then he looked at Wu Tian, and the Great Emissary also looked at Wu Tian. You're mistress of the dark world, and that great lord can make a move? Wu Tian was silent. The Great Emissary was expressionless. We have already helped you stall Tendo. For your dark world, this is an opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven if you want to make a comeback. Wu Tian was about to speak, but at this moment, the space in front of him suddenly trembled. Wu Tian was slightly stunned. After a moment, he looked at the Great Emissary. I need some time. The Great Emissary said. How long? Wu Tian said solemnly, 3 days. The Great Emissary nodded. See you in 3 days. With that, he turned and disappeared. After the Great Emissary left, Wu Tian suddenly looked at Shen Gong. Do you believe him? Shen Gong was expressionless. Anyway, their goal is only that Yi Xian, isn't it? Wu Tian nodded. There is no conflict with us. Shen Gong said solemnly. You're and our opponent is that Tendo. Wu Tian said softly. Get ready. See you in 3 days. With that, he turned and left. In the same place, Shen Gong was deep in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. Ancient battlefield. Demon Yen stood on a mountain peak. Beside her was God Emperor. God Emperor suddenly said softly. They will definitely not give up. Demon Yen said. We can't make another move. God Emperor looked at Demon Yen. Demon Yen said softly. Things have become more complicated. God Emperor said solemnly. What do you mean? A trace of complexity flashed in Demon Yan's eyes. Haven't you noticed? There is an outside force interfering in the affairs of this universe. And the other party's goal is that Yi Xian. If I'm not wrong, the other party should also want that study room. Compared to the other party, the difference in strength is too great. Therefore, if we continue to target Yi Xian, we will only become cannon fodder for others. With that, she paused for a moment before continuing. Furthermore, who was the one who sealed the righteous gods like the dark creatures and the divine craftsman? Tendo. And now, Tendo has no intention of interfering. God Emperor said solemnly. If we continue to follow Shen Gong and the others, we will become enemies with Tendo. Demon Yin nodded. Right now there is only one best choice, and that is to wait and see. With that, she sighed softly. Targeting Yi Xian was really a wrong choice. I hope there is still time to make up for this mistake. Wu Clan. Yi Ling was still guarding in front of the grave, waiting for Yi Xian to come out. However, there was no movement from the grave. At this moment, the space in front of Yi Ling suddenly trembled. Yi Ling frowned slightly and looked at the grave. Soon she was overjoyed. A Mu and a Qian suddenly appeared beside Yi Ling. A Mu looked at the grave, A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. He is faster than I thought. Yiling looked at Amu. Is he coming out? Amu nodded. He should be coming out soon. Hearing this, Yiling nodded slightly. Amu looked at Qian, and the two women looked at each other with solemn eyes. Yiling suddenly said, They won't give up, right? Amu nodded. If they attack again, it proves that they have a way to deal with the sword sect. With that, her expression gradually turned solemn. It seems that another tough battle is about to be fought. Tendo Pawnshop. On this day, an old man in a black robe suddenly walked into the pawnshop. The old man had a head full of white hair, his left hand holding a dragon head crutch. His right leg was slightly lame, and he coughed from time to time. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. Inside the pawnshop, Xiao Dao looked up at the old man in black robe. Her eyes narrowed instantly. It's you. The old man chuckled. After so many years, Miss Xiao Dao is still as elegant as ever. But this old man has one foot in the coffin. Xiao Dao looked at the old man in black robe. Even you have sided with them. The old man in black robe said softly. In order to live longer, Miss Xiao Dao, for the next few days, you and this old man will stay in this pawnshop, and neither of us will do anything. What do you think? Chapter 11:15. In the pawnshop, Xiao Dao was silent. Xiao Dao's expression was calm, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. She didn't make a move either, because she knew that it was meaningless to do so. Based on her current abilities, she couldn't do anything to the old man in front of her, and this old man couldn't do anything to her either. After a long silence, Xiao Dao said softly, Jiangchen, you once contributed greatly to this universe. Back then, Tendo remembered your kindness and took the initiative to help you. The old man suddenly said, Not enough. Xiao Dao glanced at Jiangchen. Jiangchen chuckled. Miss Xiao Dao, I helped Tendo seal the righteous gods all those years ago. During that battle, I was heavily injured. This injury wasn't just a flesh wound. It was an injury to my very essence. I'm already very lucky to be able to live until now. As he spoke, he smiled and said, Tendo helped me. She doesn't owe me anything, and I don't owe her anything either. Xiao Dao sighed. Do you know that by stopping me today, you will have to bear some karma? Jiangchen nodded. I know. Therefore, I only promised to stop Miss Xiao Dao. As long as Lady Xiao Dao doesn't make a move, we can live in peace. After the matter is settled, this old man will apologize to Lady Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao did not say anything else. She turned her head and looked outside the pawnshop. There was a trace of worry in her eyes. She had underestimated him. Since the other party could send someone to stop her, he must have a way to stop the sword sect. How was Yi Xian going to face it? In the boundless underground city, a one-legged woman was washing clothes by the river. The one-legged woman suddenly turned her head. Not too far away from her was a woman wielding a black saber. Black Blade Envoy. The woman with the black blade looked at the one-legged woman. In the next moment, she suddenly slashed out with her blade. Great Desolate Kingdom. Arrow stood in front of the main hall. Not far from her stood a woman with a black sword in her hand. Beside the woman with the black sword was a birdman. The birdman held two lightning hammers in his hands, ready to strike. Arrow looked at the two. Since you're here, then, all of you shall stay here. With that, the sword in her hand suddenly unsheathed. The Wu clan. Amu arrived at the Wu clan's ancestral hall. Inside the ancestral hall, all the ancestors of the Wu clan were enshrined. There was another person in the ancestral shrine. The former high priest of the Wu clan. The former high priest knelt in front of a memorial tablet in silence. Amu walked to the side of the previous high priest and said softly, Priest Lin Xian. Lin Xian opened her eyes. I sense many powerful auras. Amu nodded. I know. Lin Xian looked at Amu. Do you regret it? Amu shook his head. No regrets. Lin Xian smiled and said, Why? After all, the Wu clan hadn't obtained any benefits since they became friends with Yi Xian. But now, the Wu clan is going to use the entire clan's strength to block the disaster for him. Amu said softly, He is my wizard servant, and also one of the Wu clan. Lin Xian looked at Amu and said nothing. Amu smiled and said, Priest Lin Xian, I did choose him at first because I wanted to use him to help my Wu clan. Of course it's still the same now. I've never hidden this from him. Lin Xian said. Your original intention was for the Wu clan. But now, the Wu clan might be destroyed because of him. Amu suddenly asked. Has he ever let down my Wu clan? Lin Xian shook her head. Amu said with a smile. Since he didn't disappoint me, my Wu clan, how can my Wu clan let him down? All members of my Wu clan share blessings and difficulties together. Today, let alone him. If it were any other Wu clan member, even if it were an ordinary citizen of the Wu clan, I would not give up on him. Lin Xian looked at Amu. After a long time, she said softly, I hope your decision is right. Amu said in a deep voice. Priest Lin Xian, I need your help. Lin Xian said with a smile. I haven't left. Hearing this, Amu smiled. Amu turned to look at the ancestral tokens of the Wu clan. She slowly knelt down and said softly, Ancestors, if you are still alive, come out and help when the battle begins. I kowtow to you. After saying that, she kowtowed. Lin Xian. The Tian clan. A Qian stood on top of a city wall. Behind her were Haotian, Abzang and Xing Zhantian. Haotian glanced at a Qian, wanting to say something but hesitated. A Qian said softly, Just say what you want to say. Haotian sighed. God teacher, I feel that there's no need for us to get involved in Yi Xian's muddy waters. I finally understood it. There are too many troublesome matters on this fellow's body. Gu Zhantian nodded. That Shen Gong and the Dark World will definitely not let this matter rest. Although there's the Sword Sect, there's really no need for us to risk our lives for that Yi Xian. Haotian looked at a Qian. What does God teacher think? A Qian laughed. The study room. Haotian frowned. What does God teacher mean? A Qian said softly. The people above want Yi Xian's study room. What does this mean? It means that the study room is not simple. Gu Zhantian suddenly asked. Are we going to seize that study room? A Qian shook his head. That study room is not something that we can possess. As she spoke, she turned and glanced at the three of them. Based on the current situation, Yi Xian and the Prophet are closely related. And the reason why the Prophet left that study room behind was to deal with the fifth dimension calamity. We have two choices. Either we seize that study room, or we help Yi Xian protect that study room. As for seizing that study room, we don't have the ability to do so. If we help Shen Gong and the rest, don't forget one person. Haotian frowned. Who? A Qian said softly, Tendo. Tendo. Hearing this, the expressions of the people present changed. A Qian said softly, Shen Gong and those living beings from the Dark World. They were all sealed by Tendo. If we stand on Shen Gong's side, it would be the same as standing against Tendo. Haotian suddenly said. But up until now, Tendo still hasn't appeared. A Qian nodded. So we can only gamble. As she spoke, she glanced at the three of them. I stand on Yi Xian's side. Abzang suddenly said. I also stand on Yi Xian's side. Haotian and Gu Zhantian looked at Abzang. Abzang softly said. In this situation, it's not impossible for us to stand on our own. However, everyone must understand one thing. The fifth dimension calamity is about to arrive, and there are people above interfering. In this situation, what if the people above want us to submit in the future? At that time, who will help us? Moreover, when the fifth dimension calamity arrives, does our celestial race have the ability to withstand it? We must choose an ally. And this ally, Yi Xian, is our best choice. Because right now he needs our help. If we choose the people above, we might be used as cannon fodder. Haotian solemnly said. But now that the woman behind Yi Xian has already left, if we help him, if the people above obstruct the Sword Sect, we won't have any chance of winning. A Qian smiled. That's why we have to bet. Haotian bitterly smiled. If we lose, we'll be finished. A Qian softly said. In any case, the fifth dimension calamity is about to arrive. Whether it happens sooner or later, there's not much difference. As she spoke, she turned and looked at the horizon. Pass down my order. All the experts of the celestial race are to head to the Wu clan. Don't leave a single one behind. Apart from this, if you have any trump cards, don't hold anything back. This time, we will let the world see the strength of our celestial race. Even if we die, we will blossom with the most magnificent light. Hao Tian and the other two slightly bowed. Understood. As they finished speaking, the three quietly retreated. Very quickly, all the experts of the celestial race rushed to the Wu clan. At the peak of a certain mountain, a woman stood there with a sword in her hand. She wore a light blue dress, and her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. The woman stood at the peak of the mountain, proudly standing there. Thousands of feet behind her, there was a sword hanging in the sky. Below the sword, several huge palaces could be faintly seen. Around the palaces, sword cries could be heard from time to time. And in front of one of the palaces there was a statue. The statue was of a man wearing a green robe. On the shoulder of the man wearing a green robe, there was a little white guy. Of course, this was also a statue. The man wearing a green robe had his right hand behind his back. He looked at the horizon, his eyes filled with a trace of aggressiveness. And on his shoulder, the little white guy's head was gently leaning against him. Its eyes were slightly closed, as if it was sleeping soundly. At this moment, a sword cry suddenly resounded from the distant horizon. Wherever the sword cry passed, the space seemed to violently shake like waves. It was incomparably shocking. Hearing this sword cry, the woman standing at the peak of the mountain suddenly turned her head. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of her. This person was Lu Yunxian. Lu Yunxian said in a deep voice, "Senior sister, those guys are making a big move." The woman's brows raised slightly. "Have they grown bolder?" Lu Yunxian spoke in a low voice. "They're probably trying to keep us busy." When she spoke up to this point, she paused for a moment and said, "Gunya said that a power from the higher dimensions is targeting little junior brother. They've probably made such a big move this time, because they intend to keep us busy. Little junior brother is probably in danger." Little junior brother. The woman's expression changed slightly when she heard these words. Lu Yunxian gazed at the woman. "Should we send someone to get little junior brother over here? It's truly extremely dangerous for him to be all alone there." The woman shook her head. "He said that he'll wait for that fellow to come over himself." Lu Yunxian hesitated to speak. Right at this moment, another ray of light appeared here, and it was Gunya. Gunya spoke in a low voice. "The sword dimension is in danger." Lu Yunxian frowned slightly. "It's in danger?" Gunya nodded and spoke in a low voice. "They aren't as wretched as they were in the past, and they're attacking the sword dimension madly." As she spoke, she gazed at the woman before her. The woman suddenly said, "Send out my order. All disciples of the sword sect are to head out to battle." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distant horizon. On the other hand, countless rays of light shot into the sky from the sword sect, and in an instant, the entire sky was covered in sword light. The void dimension. On this day, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky above Shaman City, and it was none other than Shin Gong. Shin Gong looked at Shaman City below him and smiled. "No one will come to save you today. P.S. Even if all of you call me shameless, I still ask for tickets." Chapter 11:16. Shaman City. Amu lifted her head to look at Shin Gong. At that moment, a man suddenly appeared beside Shin Gong. Wu Tian. Behind Wu Tian stood 11 powerful warriors, and all of them were rulers. Besides that, there were also 10 giant dark spirits and hundreds of dark spirits of Yin. Behind them, there were 10 gigantic black relocation runes, and an endless stream of dark spirits surged out from those relocation runes. In just a moment, the sky above Shaman City was filled with these dark spirits. Below, a Qian suddenly asked beside Amu, "Is there any news about Arrow and Xiao Dao?" Amu nodded. A Qian whispered, "Looks like they have stopped them." Amu nodded. "We can only rely on ourselves." As she spoke, she lifted her head to look at the sky and smiled. "I didn't expect that we would have to live and die together after fighting so fiercely in the past." A Qian smiled. "Indeed, I didn't expect that." The two women looked at each other and smiled. In the sky, Wu Tian suddenly said, "Great priest of the Wu clan, the dark world can give you one last chance. If you..." Amu suddenly looked at Wu Tian and smiled. "If you want to fight, then fight. If you want to fight, then fight." Wu Tian narrowed his eyes. He was about to speak when a powerful presence suddenly swept out from the tomb in the distance. Everyone in the surroundings gazed at the tomb in succession. A man walked out from the entrance of the tomb. It was Yi Xian. When she saw Yi Xian, Yi Ling immediately rushed over. She ran to Yi Xian and stopped. "You broke through?" Yi Xian smiled. "Yes. Rebirth Realm." Yi Xian took a deep breath and clenched his fists. A sword whistle suddenly shot into the sky from his body. The sword whistle shook the world. In the sky, Wu Tian looked at Yi Xian and asked softly, "He is Yi Xian?" Shen Gong nodded. "Yes." Wu Tian chuckled and said, "Yi Xian, we won't kill you. As long as you hand over that study room, we can let you go. What do you think?" Study room. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the prophet's bookhouse appeared in his hand. Looking at the bookhouse in his hand, he smiled and said, "It seems that this thing is really not simple." Wu Tian smiled and said, "If you don't hand it over, you and the people around you will die." Yi Xian pulled Yi Ling behind him. He walked towards Wu Tian and said with a smile, "How about this? We fight one-on-one. If you win, this thing will belong to you. If I win, you can leave. What do you think?" Skyless eyes narrowed. "Are you sure?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "A swordsman never goes back on his word." At this moment, Shen Gong suddenly said, "Absolutely not." Wu Tian looked at Shen Gong. "Do you think I can't beat him?" Shen Gong said in a deep voice, "Wu Tian, Yi Xian is as cunning as a mouse. His strength is far inferior to yours, but he wants to challenge you. Do you think it's normal?" Wu Tian was silent. Shen Gong said again, "How many people have died from their own carelessness since ancient times? Moreover, you are now just a soul body, and your strength is far less than before. Now if he plays dirty tricks, you will be in danger." Wu Tian looked at Yi Xian not far in front of him. He smiled and said, "You are right, but I still want to fight him." Confidence. Shen Gong's face was gloomy. Being challenged by such a young swordsman, how could Wu Tian refuse to fight? Not to mention Wu Tian, if Yi Xian challenged him, he would not refuse. The pride of the strong. The confidence of the strong. Wu Tian looked at Yi Xian in the sky and said with a smile, "Come, let me see how monstrous you are." Yi Xian laughed and suddenly disappeared from where he was. In the field, a ray of sword light flashed past. At this moment, Yi Xian's speed was no less than 5 times faster than before. Rebirth Realm. After reaching the Rebirth Realm, Yi Xian's sword had naturally been greatly improved. In the distance, Wu Tian flicked his sleeve and a black wave surged out. Boom! Yi Xian's sword light was forcibly shattered. But at this moment, Yi Xian himself had already appeared in front of him. Wu Tian frowned slightly. Space. This sword Yi Xian used the Space Dao Law. Wu Tian's fingers clamped, and this clamp directly caught Yi Xian's sword. But at this moment, a sword suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's left hand. The soul-suppressing sword. Wu Tian's expression instantly changed when the soul-suppressing sword appeared. At this moment, he knew why Yi Xian had challenged him to a one-on-one battle. The soul. As soon as the soul-suppressing sword appeared, Wu Tian knew that it countered the soul. Wu Tian didn't dare resist this attack, and his figure trembled as he retreated explosively. Right at this moment, the soul-suppressing sword suddenly vanished. The Space Dao Law. In the distance, the soul-suppressing sword silently appeared above Wu Tian. In the next moment, it trembled violently, and a powerful force locked onto Wu Tian. Wu Tian's pupils suddenly constricted when he was locked onto by the soul-suppressing sword. And then he clenched his fists tightly before smashing them upwards. Bang! These 2 punches blasted out, and 2 powerful forces of the soul blasted towards the soul-suppressing sword like a wave. However, these 2 powerful forces of the soul were directly absorbed by the soul-suppressing sword as soon as they came into contact with it. At the same time, the soul-suppressing sword stabbed straight down. Wu Tian's pupils constricted when he saw this, and he wanted to flee. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly spoke softly, "Soul fixation." As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious force of the soul directly locked onto Wu Tian's soul. Meanwhile, the soul-suppressing sword had already arrived 1.5 meters above Wu Tian's head. At this moment Wu Tian panicked. Wu Tian suddenly roared furiously, "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, An afterimage suddenly flashed by. Bang! The soul-suppressing sword was blasted flying. In the distance, Yi Xian gestured with his right hand, and the soul-suppressing sword fell into his grasp. He looked towards the distant Wutian, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was the High Ambassador. Yi Xian smiled. What happened to a one-on-one battle? The High Ambassador glanced at Yi Xian, and then he looked at Wutian. Arrogance will get you killed. Wutian's expression was gloomy, but he was still somewhat unconvinced. If Yi Xian didn't have the soul-suppressing sword, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't be his match. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly laughed. I won't use this soul-suppressing sword to fight you one-on-one. Do you want to fight? Wutian looked at Yi Xian, and his eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to speak, the High Ambassador suddenly said, Why should we fight you one-on-one? Yi Xian looked at the High Ambassador, and the High Ambassador smiled. Yi Xian, our strength is crushing you right now, so why should we fight you one-on-one? Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. 4 sword beams suddenly appeared in front of the High Ambassador. It was extremely fast. Chi. However, this sword that was as fast as lightning slashed empty air. The sword beam disappeared, and the High Ambassador had already retreated 100 feet away. Before he stopped, his body suddenly became illusory. In the distance, an afterimage quietly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and stabbed with his sword. Bang! Yi Xian retreated hundreds of feet in an instant. As soon as he stopped, the space behind him split open, and 2 pitch-black chains suddenly flew out. These 2 pitch-black chains instantly locked Yi Xian's arms. At this moment, the executing heaven sword in his hand suddenly flew out and slashed at the 2 chains. Bang! The 2 chains shattered with a loud bang. Yi Xian tapped his right foot lightly against the ground, and then his figure transformed into an afterimage that vanished on the spot. Hiss! The sound of something tearing resounded. At practically the exact same moment, the High Ambassador suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! A deafening explosion suddenly resounded in the sky. Yi Xian felt his vision blur, and he instinctively raised his sword to block it. As he did so, a powerful force passed through his sword and into his body. Bang! Yi Xian retreated repeatedly. During the process, he opened his palm, and then the executing heaven sword suddenly slashed at a strange angle. Hiss! The sound of something tearing resounded. At the same time, an afterimage was blasted over 100 m back. As soon as Yi Xian stopped moving, the executing heaven sword flew back into his grasp. Suddenly, an afterimage appeared in front of him. At the same time, a ray of cold light slashed towards his throat. Yi Xian didn't dodge at all, and just allowed it to strike his throat. Hiss! The skin on his throat suddenly split open slightly, and the afterimage in front of Yi Xian instantly retreated by 300 m. This shadow was the High Ambassador. After the High Ambassador stopped moving, there was a gash on his chest, and blood was flowing from it. The High Ambassador raised his head to gaze at Yi Xian, who stood nearby, and he spoke softly. Your cultivation technique is truly unique. It was actually able to resist this attack of mine. Yi Xian rubbed his throat, while he felt a slight lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he'd activated the undying body at the critical moment. Otherwise, his inextinguishable gold wouldn't have been able to resist the High Ambassador's attack at all. Moreover, even the inextinguishable gold hadn't been able to completely resist the High Ambassador's attack. The High Ambassador gazed at Yi Xian. A formidable physical body, and a formidable cultivation in the sword Dao. Needless to say, you really are a monstrous genius. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a small golden sword suddenly appeared in his hand. There were some cracks on it. Wu Tian suddenly spoke softly. It's time to end this. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed with his finger, and the small golden sword emanated a powerful ray of light that shot forward. Yi Xian seemed as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and his expression was extremely solemn. However, he actually didn't dodge when the small golden sword appeared in front of him, and he allowed it to stab his chest. Moreover, the sword entered his body as soon as it came into contact with his body. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they witnessed this scene. What's going on? Meanwhile, A powerful aura suddenly swept out from within Yi Xian. Shen Gong spoke fiercely when he witnessed this scene. He's devoured it. He's devoured that divine artifact. Devoured. When he heard Shen Gong, the High Ambassador slowly clenched his fists. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly spread his arms open, and a powerful force surged out from within him like a tidal wave. In an instant, the space around him started trembling like waves. Yi Xian took a deep breath. How comfortable! It was truly too comfortable when he absorbed it. It was better than cultivating arduously for a few dozen years. The High Ambassador stared fixedly at Yi Xian. You can devour swords. Yi Xian blinked. I don't think so. Why don't you try devouring another divine artifact? The High Ambassador suddenly said, Kill. Don't leave a single person alive. As soon as he finished speaking, the experts from the dark world behind him instantly charged down toward Shaman City below. Yi Xian's expression gradually turned ferocious when he witnessed this scene. Chapter 11:17. Right at the moment the dark creatures rushed toward Shaman City, a moose suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. I need some purple smoke later. Yi Xian looked at Amu, and Amu slowly closed her eyes. She held the black staff in her hands and began chanting quickly. Gradually, numerous black pillars of light suddenly shot into the sky from Shaman City. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the countless dark creatures in the sky were reduced to minced meat by the black pillars of light. At the same time, an endless amount of black runic symbols suddenly floated up from Shaman City. Each of those black runic symbols contained incredible power. The moment the dark creatures touched those black runic symbols, they exploded. Their souls were destroyed. The Wu clan's rune. At that moment, Amu did not hold back. She brought out the Wu clan's rune to protect the clan. Without Xiao Dao, the sword sect and arrow, the Wu clan could no longer hold back. They had to use all their trump cards. At the moment the Wu clan's rune appeared, 36 powerful warriors suddenly rushed out from the city. The 36 generals of the Wu clan. Besides them, there were also the 12 generals of the Wu clan. Behind them were the countless powerful warriors of the Wu clan. The moment the Wu clan's rune appeared in the sky, the dark creatures were instantly dealt a heavy blow. However, there were just too many of them. At that moment, the ambassador swung his right hand lightly. Break the rune. The moment he finished speaking, the countless dark creatures behind him suddenly disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, they were already in Shaman City. Very soon, explosions rang out in Shaman City. At that moment, Amu's face instantly turned pale. Yi Xian quickly held on to Amu. Amu lifted her head to look at the sky and slowly closed her eyes. Explode. The moment she finished speaking, the black runic symbols in the sky suddenly exploded one after another like fireworks. Shrill screams of pain rose non-stop in the sky. At this moment, Amu's face had also turned somewhat pale. In the sky, the ambassador frowned slightly, and he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, who was by Amu's side, disappeared as well. A wisp of sword light cut through the sky. Boom! The envoy was pushed back by Yi Xian's sword. The High Ambassador took a look at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's immortal body was still there. He turned to look at Shen Gong and said, I'll hold him back, you go and stop that woman. After saying that, he directly rushed towards Yi Xian. After the High Ambassador disappeared, Shen Gong looked down at Amu. He opened his palm, and a tiny water dragon suddenly appeared in his palm. Shen Gong looked down at Amu. He suddenly blasted downwards. Rumble! A water dragon suddenly descended from the sky. Meanwhile, Yiling appeared in front of Amu. She opened her palm, and the Taiji shield suddenly flew up and blocked the water dragon. A ferocious smile appeared on the corners of Shen Gong's mouth, and he directly charged at Yiling. Yiling's face was expressionless. She was just about to attack when Amu suddenly said, Don't attack you. Meanwhile, Yiling had already charged forward. In the sky, Yiling suddenly clenched her right hand into a fist, and then she blasted it forward. A ball of dark light flickered on her fist, and then an enormous water dragon arrived in front of her. Boom! With this punch, the water dragon exploded, and Shen Gong himself was sent flying hundreds of meters back. Seeing this scene, Amu, who was below, was stunned. Yi Ling is so good at fighting. Shen Gong was stunned as well. Yi Xian's younger sister is so good at fighting? In the sky, Yi Ling opened her palm, and an azure spike suddenly appeared in her hand. As for the Taiji shield in her left hand, Shen Gong stared fixedly at Yi Ling. He was just about to attack again when a spear suddenly tore through the sky. Shen Gong suddenly turned around, waved his palm, and a water shield appeared in front of him. Bang! The spear struck the water shield, and it trembled violently and cracked. Shen Gong looked up into the distance, and a woman was walking over slowly. It was Zhang Wenxiu. Zhang Wenxiu glanced at Yi Xian and said softly, "The rebirth realm. How fast?" She was still a little bit away from the rebirth realm. Shen Gong glanced at Zhang Wenxiu, and a wisp of disdain arose on the corners of his mouth. He was just about to attack when a ray of light suddenly slashed down from the sky. Shen Gong's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the ray of light. An ordinary sword. Shen Gong didn't dare be careless. He blocked it, stomped his right foot, and a body of water appeared. At the moment the body of water appeared, the ray of light instantly slowed down. But in the next moment it suddenly sped up. Shen Gong's expression changed, and he blocked it with his arm. Bang! A ray of water exploded, and Shen Gong retreated by over 1 kilometer. Moreover, there was a little girl standing where he was standing just now. Xiaoqi. There were 2 other women by Xiaoqi's side, and it was Lanxiu and Lian Wanli. The 3 of them were gathered together. Xiaoqi gazed at Shen Gong with an expressionless face, and the sword in her hand trembled slightly as she accumulated strength. Shen Gong glanced at them and frowned slightly. "Where did all of you come from?" Xiaoqi suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! A ray of light from a sword tore through the battlefield. In the distance, Shen Gong's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly pointed forward with a finger, and in an instant countless streams of water shot out from within his body. In an instant, the space in a circular area of a few thousands of feet around him was transformed into a body of water, and this body of water just happened to drown Xiaoqi. But in the next moment, a ray of light from a sword suddenly tore through the body of water, and in the blink of an eye, a few afterimages appeared in front of Shen Gong. Shen Gong's expression changed, and he swiftly smashed his fist forward. Bang! This punch directly shattered the space before him. Hiss! 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 Numerous ripping sounds resounded incessantly from within the shattered space, and the light from a sword swept through the battlefield. In the distance, Lanxiu was just about to attack. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenxiu suddenly pointed downwards. "Go and help." Lanxiu looked down. The dark living beings were slaughtering madly within Shaman City. When she witnessed this scene, Lanxiu didn't hesitate any longer, and she charged down directly. Lian Wanli followed closely behind her. On the other hand, Yi Ling stood on guard by Amu's side. In the sky, the Wu clan's grand formation was gradually vanishing. However, the dark living beings had paid an extremely terrible price. In next to no time, the Wu clan's grand formation was gradually vanishing. Meanwhile, countless dark living beings charged down towards the Wu clan. Right at this moment, a ray of white light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The white light covered the sky, and then it surged towards the dark living beings in the sky above the Wu clan, at an extremely swift speed. The Tian clan. At this moment the Tian clan had attacked. They'd used a grand formation as well. In the middle of that white light stood a woman. It was a Qian. A Qian's eyes were closed slightly, while countless white runic symbols fluttered around her. If one took a closer look, one would notice that there were countless swords that were fine like a cow's hair amidst the white light. When he saw the white light, the expression of the ambassador, who was fighting Yi Xian, instantly turned extremely unsightly. He turned to look at Wu Tian and said fiercely, "Does your dark world still intend to hold back at a time like this?" Wu Tian hesitated for a moment when he heard the ambassador, and then he turned to look at the teleportation formation. Meanwhile, numerous powerful auras suddenly swept out from within the teleportation formation, and it didn't take long for a few dozen dark living beings to charge out with spears in their hands. The Dark Army. When the Dark Army charged out, the expressions of Amu and the others instantly changed. Exactly how many experts are there in the dark world? Qian's expression was extremely gloomy as well. After a moment of silence, she suddenly roared furiously, "All Tian clan experts fight!" As soon as she finished speaking, countless Tian clan experts charged out from behind her. Fight to the death. At this moment, no matter if it was the Wu clan, the Tian clan, or the variant beasts brought by the variant beast scripture, all of them were fighting to the death. However, no matter if it was in terms of combat strength or numbers, they were far inferior to the Dark World. Thus, as soon as the two sides clashed, the Wu clan and the Tian clan were directly suppressed. The expression of Yi Xian, who was fighting with the emissary, also changed. He dodged backwards, trying to widen the distance between him and the emissary. However, the emissary did not give him the chance, and attacked him like a madman. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He didn't dare be careless against the ambassador. Even though he had the undying body, it had a time limit. At this moment, the emissary suddenly rushed in front of Yi Xian. With a wave of his right hand, a pitch-black chain whipped towards Yi Xian's head. Wherever this pitch-black chain passed, the space immediately turned into nothingness. Yi Xian didn't dodge, and he slashed forward with the executing heaven sword. Hiss! This sword slashed the pitch-black chain apart. After smashing the chain, Yi Xian leaped into the air. Holding the sword with both hands, he slashed at the ambassador. The ambassador didn't take Yi Xian's sword head-on. Instead, he dodged backwards and retreated 100 feet, pulling away from Yi Xian. Yi Xian's sword slashed through the air. In the distance, the ambassador looked at the sword in Yi Xian's hand with a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Yi Xian's sword discourse arena was sharp, and Yi Xian was at the second stage of the mortal sword. It was still a great threat to him, so he didn't take Yi Xian's sword head-on. Yi Xian looked down. When he saw the situation below, his face darkened. The situation below was becoming more and more disadvantageous for the Wu clan and the Tian clan. Whether it was the Tian clan or the Wu clan, it could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly came from the teleportation array behind Wu Tian. Very quickly, countless dark creatures rushed out from the pitch-black spatial black hole. Seeing the endless stream of dark creatures, whether it was the experts of the Tian clan or the Wu clan, they were all in despair. There were simply too many of them. Actually, this was normal. After all, the Dark World was an existence that dared to challenge Tendo back then. At this moment, Amu suddenly looked at Yi Xian and grinned. "This time, I'm afraid we're really going to be gone." Yi Xian looked at Amu. Amu chuckled. "I really don't regret choosing you to be a shaman's attendant. If there's a next life, we'll meet again." As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly ignited, burning her lifespan. Amu raised her head and looked at the endless dark creatures. "With my lifespan, sacrifice the formation." As soon as she finished speaking, an illusory circular formation suddenly appeared above her head. At this moment, Amu's body turned illusory, and her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Seeing this scene, the eyes of countless Wu clan experts almost popped out of their sockets. A taboo formation. With the appearance of this formation, streams of powerful auras suddenly appeared in the sky. Yi Xian, who was in the sky, was stunned the moment he saw Amu's body burning up. In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly roared, "No!" At this moment he really panicked. He was afraid of losing Amu. Yi Xian charged downwards like a madman, but the ambassador blocked him. Not only that, but there were also over a dozen dark creatures blocking in front of Yi Xian. Below, Amu looked at Yi Xian who was charging towards her and chuckled. "It's really goodbye forever." As soon as she finished speaking, her body and soul began to burn. In the sky, Shin Gong suddenly laughed maniacally. "Yi Xian, are you desperate? We just have more people, haha. Aren't you good at calling people? Call for help, you mother****, call for help for me." In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly turned blood red. Bloodline power. At this moment, a jade-like hand suddenly pressed lightly on his shoulder. In an instant, the bloodline power in his body receded like the tide. At the same time, the executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly trembled violently, and the sound of the sword reverberated continuously, shooting straight into the sky. P.S. I'm too ashamed to ask for votes, so I'll send a red packet to everyone. You just need to vote for a monthly vote, so don't forget. Chapter 11:18. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. A woman in a white robe stood in front of Yi Xian. Her left hand was behind her back, and her right hand was placed on Yi Xian's shoulder. On the waist of the white-robed woman hung a wine gourd. Meanwhile, the woman moved her fingers slightly, and the executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly flew out. In the next moment, it transformed into a ray of light that arrived above Amu's head. Bang! The flames on Amu's body instantly vanished without a trace. Everyone was looking at the woman in a white robe. Yi Xian was looking at the woman in a white robe as well. Who are you? The woman in front of him was slightly familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was. The white-robed woman looked at Yi Xian. She just looked at him. Right at this moment, the divine craftsman suddenly said, "Where did you come from?" The woman turned to look at Shen Gong. "You want to kill him?" Shen Gong's eyes narrowed slightly. "So what if I do?" In the next moment, the woman in a white robe vanished on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the woman had appeared in front of Shen Gong. Before Shen Gong could react, she grabbed him by the throat. At this moment, everyone was stunned. She subdued Shen Gong with a single move? Everyone was petrified. Shen Gong's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with disbelief. I was subdued with a single move. I can't fight back? At this moment, Shen Gong's mind was blank. In the distance, Wu Tian and the High Ambassador's expressions became unprecedentedly solemn, especially the High Ambassador. At this moment, the High Ambassador was extremely shocked. Although Shen Gong's strength was slightly inferior to his, he was still one of the strongest experts in the world. He was subdued by this woman with a single move? Didn't they say that Yi Xian's strongest backer was the woman in a white dress? Who is this woman? Yi Xian was also a little confused. Who was this woman who had just come out? She's a little fierce. Below, Amu blinked. Who is this sister? A Qian appeared beside Amu and looked at Amu. You don't know either? Amu shook his head. I don't know. After a brief silence, a Qian said, Just how many people are behind this fellow? As she said that, she looked at Shen Gong and the others. I suddenly feel that they are a little pitiful. Amu. In the sky, the white-robed woman looked at Shen Gong in front of her, and suddenly clenched her fist. Boom! Shen Gong's physical body was directly crushed, but his soul was not killed by the white-robed woman. Instead, she trapped it with a wisp of sword light. Inside the sword light, Shen Gong was extremely shocked, because he realized that he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. The white-robed woman turned around and walked in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, the ambassador in the distance suddenly cried out, You're a clone! Doppelganger! Everyone was petrified when they heard the ambassador's words. Doppelganger? Such a powerful person is actually a doppelganger? Shen Gong, who was trapped by the sword light, was petrified as well. His face was filled with disbelief. The woman in the white robe ignored the emissary and walked up to Yi Xian. At this moment, the executing heaven sword flew up to her. The woman in the white robe did not look at it. She just looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Senior, you are? He was puzzled by the woman who had appeared before him, because he really didn't know who she was. However, she looked slightly familiar, but he couldn't recall where. Right at this moment, 2 streams of clear tears suddenly flowed down from the white-robed woman's eyes. She was crying. Yi Xian was stunned. Why was she crying? Everyone in the surroundings looked at each other. How could such a powerful woman cry? The white-robed woman gently touched Yi Xian's cheek with her right hand. It's a pity that they couldn't see you. Yi Xian was puzzled. The white-robed woman continued. They suffered too. Of course she suffered the most. For you she was willing to go against the whole world. If it wasn't for her, Yi Xian said softly, a woman in a plain dress. The white-robed woman nodded. Yi Xian was silent for a long time. Then you are? The white-robed woman looked at Yi Xian. What did you call her? Yi Xian said softly, Qing. The white-robed woman smiled. Then you can also call me Qing. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed. You're the owner of the executing heaven sword. At this moment, The executing heaven sword trembled as if in response. The white-robed woman looked at the executing heaven sword. She opened her palm, and the executing heaven sword appeared in her hand. Boom! A powerful sword intent suddenly shot up from the executing heaven sword. Some dark creatures that couldn't dodge in time were directly turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, the ambassador and the others in the distance had ugly expressions. This woman is also a swordsman? The white-robed woman looked at Yi Xian and placed the sword in Yi Xian's hand. Treat it well. Yi Xian looked at the white-robed woman. You're just a clone? The white-robed woman nodded. My main body encountered something along the way. Main body? Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. This Qing's strength was probably heaven-defying. At this moment the ambassador suddenly said, How should I address you, Your Excellency? The white-robed woman turned to look at the ambassador. Without a word, she immediately threw a punch. The ambassador's expression changed. He raised his arms to block the attack. Countless black rays suddenly condensed into a shield in front of him. However, the shield instantly shattered. At the same time, he was sent flying backward. When the ambassador stopped, his physical body disappeared, leaving only his soul. Not only that, but his soul also became illusory at this moment. Seeing this, Wu Tian's face was filled with horror. His hands were trembling. Defeating the ambassador with a single punch? Who was this woman? Wu Tian suddenly looked at the imprisoned Shen Gong in the distance and roared. Didn't you say that there's no one behind him? Shen Gong's eyes were dull. No one knew what he was thinking. The white-robed woman, right? The ambassador who was left with only his soul was panicking. One punch. He couldn't even take a single punch from this woman. The white-robed woman looked at the ambassador. She was about to attack when Yi Xian hurriedly handed the soul-suppressing sword to the white-robed woman. Use this sword to absorb him. This ambassador was very powerful. If the soul-suppressing sword could absorb him, it might be able to improve again. The white-robed woman gripped the soul-suppressing sword and casually swung it. In the distance, the ambassador's expression changed drastically. He retreated like a madman, trying to escape. After that punch, he knew that the woman in front of him was far stronger than him. Undefeatable. Therefore, the ambassador's first thought was to retreat. However, he had underestimated the woman before him. The moment he retreated, the soul-suppressing sword stabbed into his body. It was so fast that he couldn't react. Boom! As soon as the soul-suppressing sword entered the ambassador's body, it absorbed him. Wu Tian roared furiously when he witnessed this scene. He roared, "Retreat!" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and entered the teleportation formation. As for the living beings in the surroundings, they retreated explosively as well. Suddenly, the white-robed woman punched once more. Bang! Everyone watched as the space in front of the white-robed woman started to transform into nothingness, and then countless living beings in the darkness perished. A single punch. The expressions of everyone here turned solemn when they witnessed this scene. After all, the white-robed woman's strength was extraordinarily formidable. It could be said that such an expert really possessed the ability to destroy the universe. Suddenly, the white-robed woman gazed at the teleportation formation, and then she smashed her fist forward. A moment of silence ensued before a strand of formidable force suddenly appeared within the teleportation formation. Bang! The teleportation formation suddenly exploded apart. The white-robed woman's face remained expressionless as she smashed her fist forward once more. When she punched out, a fist mark suddenly flashed out from her fist. However, in the next moment, the fist mark disappeared right in front of her. A fist suddenly flew out from a dark expanse of the starry sky in the distance. At the instant it appeared, the dark expanse of the starry sky suddenly started trembling. Meanwhile, a pitch-black hand stretched out from the depths of the starry sky, and then it smashed against the fist. Bang! The pitch-black hand shattered with a bang and transformed into nothingness, whereas the fist shot into the depths of the starry sky. After an instant, bang! The dark expanse of the starry sky suddenly exploded apart. The white-robed woman took a step forward in the sky above Shaman City. She was about to attack once more, but right at this moment, she seemed to have thought of something, and she turned around to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian asked. What's wrong? As he spoke, he was suddenly stunned, because he noticed that the white-robed woman's body was becoming ethereal. The white-robed woman said softly, When I came here, this clone of mine had to pass through countless galaxies and the dimensional barriers of numerous galaxies and galaxies to get here as soon as possible. Since I attacked just now, this clone of mine is about to disappear. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he quickly asked, Where's your real body? The white-robed woman pointed above her head. A place that's rather far away. When I came here, I ran into some things. Yi Xian blinked. What things? The white-robed woman didn't answer Yi Xian's question. She seized the air with her right hand, and Yi Xian's world prison pagoda and study room appeared in her hand. As she looked at the study room, she frowned slightly. Yi Xian quickly asked, What's wrong? The white-robed woman said softly, This thing is rather interesting. Keep it well. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, You won't disappear now, right? The white-robed woman nodded. Why? Yi Xian looked towards the study room and said in a low voice, I want to open the study room. Open the study room. He had wanted to do this since a long time ago. He never had the chance before, but now, he felt that he had the chance. With the white-robed woman standing guard here, if he opened the study room, there shouldn't be any threat. The white-robed woman looked at Yi Xian and nodded. You can try. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He took the World Prism Pagoda and very soon, the World Prism Pagoda shrunk under his command, then floated towards the study room. When the World Prism Pagoda landed on the mark of the study room, the entire all-creation book room shuddered violently, then it slowly floated up. At that moment, everyone was looking at the study room. In the pawn shop, Xiao Dao suddenly lifted her head and looked outside the pawn shop. She frowned slightly. In the sky above Shaman City, the study room suddenly shuddered violently and a ray of white light surged out. At that moment, a voice came from within. Chapter 11:19. Host's strength isn't up to standard, so the study room won't be open for now. Everyone here was stunned when these words drifted out from within the study room. Yi Xian was stunned as well. Host's strength isn't up to standard? What the hell is that? The white-robed woman gazed at Yi Xian. You're not strong enough. Yi Xian blinked, and then he pointed at the study room. Who's talking inside? The white-robed woman shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Can you open it? The white-robed woman shook her head again. If my main body was here, then perhaps I would be able to destroy it. But I can't now. Destroy. Yi Xian's face fell. The white-robed woman smiled. Why force it when the time isn't right? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he smiled. That's true. The white-robed woman spoke softly. I'm going to vanish. Yi Xian gazed at the white-robed woman. The white-robed woman grinned. I'll come look for you once I'm done. Live well. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something, and then she suddenly turned around. A middle-aged man in a luxurious robe was floating in the depths of the starry sky. The man grinned when he saw the woman look over. The white-robed woman suddenly smashed her fist forward. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his arm to block. Bang! The man instantly retreated by over 1 kilometer. It wasn't just that. The man's entire arm split apart to the point his bones could be seen. Moreover, a trace of blood could be seen on the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the woman had vanished completely. The man glanced at his arm and said softly, How strong? As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Yi Xian who was in the distant starry sky. Looks like we have to re-evaluate you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. It didn't take long for the man to appear by a river. A woman in a white dress sat on the other side of the river, and she was roasting fish. The woman glanced at the man and smiled. Has that ambassador been sacrificed? The man said softly. Is it within your expectations? The woman smiled. It has nothing to do with me. The man stared at the woman. Do you really not care about this universe? The white-dressed woman smiled and said, Why should I care? Now all living things have their own thoughts and have their own destiny. Why should I care so much? As she spoke, she blinked. I don't care about anything. You won't kill me too, right? Kill. The man in luxurious robes fell silent. It wasn't that they didn't have this thought, but the price was too high. The woman in front of him was the supreme Tendo of the fifth dimension. Kill her. Even the higher-ups weren't confident. The man in the luxurious robe suddenly laughed and said, "You must be joking." Tendo said with smile, "I know you won't kill me." The man was curious. Why? Tendo gently nibbled on the grilled fish in his hand and then said with a smile, "I'm not stopping you. So why do you want to kill me? Look, I didn't stop you from releasing Shen Gong and the beings of the dark world." The man looked at the Tendo. "Why didn't you stop him?" Tendo blinked. "Why should I?" The man said in a deep voice, "You are the Tendo of this universe." Tendo smiled and said, "It's nothing. Tendo is not a Tendo. I'm just a member of this universe. Moreover, I've already said it just now. All living things have their own thoughts and have their own destiny. Why should I interfere?" As she spoke, she looked at the man and raised the grilled fish in his hand. "Want to eat grilled fish?" The man looked deeply at the Tendo. Then he turned around and disappeared. By the river, the woman shook her head and smiled, continuing to grill fish. After a while, the man came to the dark world again. At this moment, the dark world was already shattered. This place had just taken a punch from that woman. The man looked at the shattered dark world around him, and his expression gradually became serious. That woman's strength was stronger than he had imagined. If the other party was in her original body, this punch was enough to destroy the entire dark world. Who was that woman? After a long silence, the man walked into the distance. Soon, the man came in front of a black tower. The man looked up at the top of the tower. The tower had already cracked and was in pieces. At this moment, a voice came from the tower. "Do you still want to target that Yi Xian?" The man nodded. "We must get that book house." Inside the tower, the voice said, "Is it possible for us to retreat?" The man looked at the tower and smiled. "Are you afraid?" At this moment, the tower's door suddenly opened and a man in black walked out. This person was the Lord of the dark world. He had once fought with the Tendo. The Lord walked in front of the man. "We have suffered heavy losses," the man said softly. "This is something we did not expect." The Lord looked at the man. "Can you really defeat him? This fellow is an out-and-out powerful second generation." The man smiled. "You seem to have underestimated us." The Lord chuckled. "No, I overestimated you." The man looked at the Lord. "Why didn't the sword sect come? Why didn't the Xiao Dao come out of the pawn shop? Why didn't the Tendo come out?" The Lord said with a smile. "But the fact is that Yi Xian is still alive, and he is doing fine." The man said in a deep voice. "That woman's appearance was something we did not expect." The Lord shook his head and smiled. "We will retreat." The man looked at the Lord. "We blocked the Tendo for you." The Lord looked at the man. "We have suffered heavy losses. Did you not see it?" The man was silent for a long time before saying, "Lord, what is your goal? To exterminate the Tendo? To dominate the fifth dimension?" The Lord smiled. "Can't I?" The man chuckled. "The fifth dimension tribulation is coming. You will all die." The Lord narrowed his eyes. "Weren't you living well before?" The man smiled. "Don't think that you will get lucky. This fifth dimension tribulation is stronger than any of the previous ones." The Lord looked at the man. "Why?" The man said softly, "Because this universe is beyond cure. Even if it is serious, it must be treated. If you think back to the past, you will find that each fifth dimension tribulation is stronger than the last." The Lord was silent. The man smiled and said, "If we leave this universe, do you think that the Tendo will still let your dark world run wild?" The Lord suddenly said, "Why not kill her?" The man asked, "Why should I kill her?" The Lord looked at the man and did not speak. The man smiled. "Lord, let's talk about how to deal with that Yi Xian." He paused and then said, "Of course, the dark world has suffered heavy losses this time. The higher-ups have also seen it. Therefore, I have brought compensation for you." After saying so, he took out a box. Inside the box was a thumb-sized white medicinal pill. The man smiled. "This pill can not only heal your injuries, it can also help you advance further." Hearing this, the man narrowed his eyes. Advance further. Above the ruler tier was the shattering void tier. What was the shattering void tier? This world was a combination of reality and illusion. With the combination of illusion and reality, how many people could see through the maze of the world's origin? See through their own origin? Shattering void tier was to break through the boundary between reality and illusion, shatter all the barriers and transcend. Above the shattering void tier, there was another tier, and that was return to origin breaking realm. Return to origin breaking realm. One's own cultivation level return to the origin, breaking through the realm to be reborn. This realm was the realm of this universe. To achieve this, the number of ancient times could be counted on one's fingers. As far as he was concerned, in the entire fifth dimension, perhaps only the Tendo had reached this tier. However, he did not dare to be sure, because the Tendo hid too deeply. And above return to origin breaking realm was the legendary escape realm. Escape from the Great Path, but not within the Great Path. This realm, in his eyes, was illusory and somewhat fake. Who could escape from the Great Path? In front of the Lord, the man smiled. Lord, once this matter is over, before the fifth dimension tribulation comes, we will protect you and your dark world. The Lord looked at the man, and the man smiled. To tell you the truth, the higher-ups want one of their own to control this universe. The Lord suddenly asked, How should I address you? The man said, You can call me Venerable Envoy. The Lord looked directly at the Venerable Envoy. Are you from the fifth dimension or the upper realm? The Venerable Envoy smiled. I am from the fifth dimension. The Lord chuckled. But I feel that the higher-ups have ulterior motives. The Venerable Envoy chuckled. So what? At the very least, they are helping me, and also helping you. Lord, you should understand that if they did not appear, do you think the Tendo would let you come out like this? The Lord was silent. The Venerable Envoy then said, Let me ask you another question. Lord, if you fight with the Tendo now, what are your chances of winning? Hearing this, the Lord slowly clenched his right hand. The Venerable Envoy handed the box to the Lord. The Lord looked at the Venerable Envoy. I can deal with Yi Xian, but the woman behind him. The Venerable Envoy suddenly said, We will deal with her. Don't worry, we will not let you deal with someone you cannot defeat. What you need to do now is to heal your injuries. As for what happens next, wait for my orders. The Lord nodded and took the box. Then he turned around and disappeared. The Venerable Envoy remained silent for a moment, then disappeared as well. In the sky above Shaman City, after the Dark World experts retreated, Yi Xian looked at Shengong in front of him. As for the study room, he did not think about it for the time being, because he had tried several ways to open it, but to no avail. Not strong enough. Yi Xian really wanted to curse. Not strong enough to open it. Wasn't this toying with him? He really wanted to throw the study room away. This thing was really inviting trouble. In the distance, Shengong saw Yi Xian look over. He sneered. Yi Xian, do you think this matter will end like this? At this moment, Amu appeared beside Yi Xian. Did you kill him? Yi Xian shook his head. He is useful. He knew nothing about the dark world and the righteous gods of the Tendo era. But this old man in front of him knew a lot. Here many righteous gods had not appeared yet. Why should he not seize this opportunity? Thinking of this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth lifted slightly. Seeing this scene, Shengong said fiercely, Yi Xian, what are you up to now? Old man, let me tell you, a scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Old man. Yi Xian suddenly pressed his sword against Shengong's eyebrows. Do you want to die? As long as you say yes, I will use this sword to absorb you now. Shengong looked at Yi Xian. After a moment he said, I want to live. P.S. An ambulance came to the neighborhood next door. What a panic. Chapter 1120. He wanted to live. Hearing Shengong's words, Amu and the others had weird expressions. This was a god, yet he was afraid of death? Yi Xian wasn't surprised, even ants wanted to live. Yi Xian directly put Shengong into soul-suppressing sword. With soul-suppressing sword, Shengong couldn't resist at all. Yi Xian looked at soul-suppressing sword. How did it feel to absorb that soul? Little Soul's excited voice sounded. Very nourishing. Very, very nourishing. If there's another one, I will break through again. Breakthrough. Yi Xian chuckled. There will be plenty of opportunities. With that said, he turned to look at Little Seven and the others. He walked in front of them. Are you all here? Little Seven nodded. And Lancio glanced at Yi Xian. Rebirth? Yi Xian nodded. And Lancio said softly, so fast. Yi Xian turned to look at Amu. Can you let them enter the tomb to cultivate? Amu nodded. Of course. Although these women's cultivation levels were low, their combat strength was ridiculously high. They were all geniuses. If they could reach rebirth, their combat strength would be extremely strong. Yi Xian looked at Little Seven and the others. Stay in Wu Clan, and let Wu Clan help you reach rebirth. And Lancio nodded. Then the women looked at Amu. Amu smiled. Follow me. With that said, she left with the women. Yi Xian walked in front of A Qian. A Qian looked at Yi Xian, and didn't say anything. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. He handed the storage ring to A Qian. Godmaster, these are the treasures of the various clans of the Sky Clan. They are returned to their rightful owners. A Qian looked at Yi Xian. Return it to me? Yi Xian nodded. In the past, the Tian clan was his enemy, so of course he wouldn't show any mercy. But now, the Tian clan had helped him time and time again, so he naturally had to return these treasures to their rightful owners. He had to be cruel and ruthless to his enemies, but he had to be true to his own people. If they did not betray him, he would not betray them. A Qian didn't refuse and put away the storage ring. At this moment, Yi Xian flicked his finger, and 500 wisps of purple energy appeared in front of A Qian. When he saw the purple gas, A Qian's expression changed. This violet qi was too pure. Yi Xian said solemnly. All of you are heavily injured. This item has a miraculous healing effect. A Qian nodded and didn't refuse. She withdrew the violet energy and asked, what are your plans now? Yi Xian chuckled and said, I don't have any plans. There's only one thing I can do, fight. A Qian looked at Yi Xian. Are you confident? Yi Xian smiled and said, it's not a question of whether I'm confident or not. It's just that this is the only choice we have. A Qian remained silent for a long time before she nodded, and then she turned around and left. Just as Yi Xian had said, the Wu clan and the Tian clan didn't have a choice now. They could only choose to fight. After all, the Tian clan was already standing on Yi Xian's side. Right at this moment, Yi Ling suddenly said, Big brother, I want to go somewhere. Yi Xian looked at Yi Ling, and Yi Ling pointed to the right. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why? Yi Ling said in a low voice. Something over there is calling me. Yi Xian glanced to the right, and then he said, I'll go with you. Yi Ling nodded. Yi Xian led Yi Ling to the right, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the tomb. And in that cemetery, Yi Xian saw the old tombkeeper again. The tombkeeper was stunned when he saw Yi Xian, and then he said, What are you doing? Yi Xian grinned. Greetings, senior. The tombkeeper glanced at Yi Xian and remained silent. Obviously, he didn't welcome Yi Xian very much. Yi Xian smiled, and then he gazed at Yi Ling. Yi Ling was walking towards a tomb. The tombkeeper frowned when he saw this, and he was about to stop Yi Ling. However, the weapon in front of the tomb suddenly trembled violently, and then it transformed into a ray of dark light that shot into the center of Yi Ling's forehead. Bang! Yi Ling's figure trembled violently, and then a ray of dark light swept out from within her. Yi Xian and the tombkeeper were both stunned at the sight of this. A short while later, the tombkeeper gazed at the tomb and spoke softly. Have you chosen her? Or? Yi Xian gazed at the tombkeeper. Senior, what's going on? The tombkeeper fell silent for a moment before he said, The senior within the tomb has chosen her. Yi Xian asked, Who's in the tomb? The tombkeeper glanced at Yi Xian. Someone I don't know. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Yi Ling walked over to the tomb, and there was a trace of confusion in her eyes as she gazed at the tombstone. Yi Xian walked over to Yi Ling's side. What's wrong? Yi Ling spoke softly. Big brother, I'm going to stay here for some time. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Here? Yi Ling nodded. Yi Xian wanted to say something else, but the tomb keeper spoke abruptly. It's her fortune. Yi Xian gazed at the tomb, and he fell silent for a moment before he said, All right. I'll come back in 2 days. Yi Ling nodded. Yi Xian didn't say anything else, and he just turned around and left. Yi Ling gazed at the tomb in front of her, and her gaze gradually became slightly infatuated. After leaving the tomb, Yi Xian arrived at the Kingdom of Great Desolation. As soon as he arrived at the Kingdom of Great Desolation, Yi Xian saw 2 corpses, a woman and a birdman. On the city wall, Arrow stood silently. Yi Xian appeared by Arrow's side and spoke softly. Did you kill them? Arrow nodded. I wanted to look for them, but it's over there. Yi Xian smiled. Thank you. Arrow glanced at Yi Xian. You're welcome. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Arrow, how strong is he? He had always been curious about this point. One must know that Lu Yunxian from the Sword Sect was a notch weaker than Arrow. Arrow was silent. Yi Xian smiled. I'm just curious. Arrow looked up at the sky and said softly, If it's one-on-one, I'm invincible in the ruler realm. Invincible in the ruler realm. Yi Xian understood. Arrow looked at Yi Xian. I'm about to break through. Break through. Yi Xian was stunned. Arrow asked, surprised. Yi Xian smiled. A little. What's above the ruler realm? Arrow said Void Breaker. She paused, then continued. I was about to break through not long ago, but I'm suppressing it. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Arrow was silent. Yi Xian said softly. Because of me? Arrow nodded. Now I can't suppress it anymore. She looked at Yi Xian. Next, I may not be able to help. Yi Xian smiled. Don't worry about breaking through. I will take care of myself. Arrow nodded slightly. Take care of yourself. She turned and walked towards the Dahuang Kingdom's palace. Soon, Arrow disappeared from Yi Xian's sight. Yi Xian smiled, then turned and left. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the boundless underground city. Yi Xian walked into the pawn shop. In the pawn shop, apart from the Taoist, there was also an old man. This old man was none other than Jiangchen. Yi Xian glanced at the old man, then smiled. Is it you who stopped Miss Xiaodao? Jiangchen stood up and said softly. Many apologies for the offense. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, but Xiaodao suddenly said, Let's go. Jiangchen hesitated, then said, Miss Xiaodao, young friend Yi Xian, this old man was wrong. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a storage ring flew in front of Yi Xian. My young friend, this is a dried corpse that I've refined over the years. It's equivalent to a peak sovereign realm powerhouse. I hope my young friend will accept it, and end this karma. Yi Xian fell silent, but Xiaodao put them away. Let's go. Jiangchen bowed slightly, then quietly left. Xiaodao threw the spatial ring to Yi Xian. Take it. These 2 dried corpses will be of great help. Yi Xian still didn't accept them. Xiaodao rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. Just think of it as doing me a favor, all right? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Miss Xiaodao is too serious. He put away the storage ring after saying this. Xiaodao said softly. This person isn't bad. In the past, he followed Tendo and fought against the dark world and the righteous gods. He paid a great price for this universe. Moreover, he has never done anything bad in his life. He came to restrain me this time because his lifespan is almost up, and he wants to live a bit longer. Yi Xian smiled. But I think he will still follow them. Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian. If that's the case, I will kill him for you. Yi Xian fell silent. Xiaodao suddenly said, Why did they come to find me? Yi Xian said in a solemn voice. They're targeting the Sword Sect, right? Xiaodao smiled. Don't worry about the Sword Sect. Yi Xian was a little perplexed. Why? Xiaodao said softly. They can at most restrain the Sword Sect, but they don't have the strength to pose a threat to the Sword Sect. Unless, Yi Xian asked, unless what? Xiaodao smiled, nothing. In any case, don't worry about the Sword Sect. You should worry more about yourself. Yi Xian fell silent for a long time before saying, I know about Shengong's background, but the Dark World and the people behind it. Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian. The Dark World is a race that Tendo suppressed in the past, and they are very powerful. And behind them are the people from above. Yi Xian frowned. Sixth dimension? Xiao Dao shook his head. That place is a bit special. As long as you know, they're here for the book house. Book house? Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Wasn't my book house left behind by the prophet? What do they want my book house for? Xiao Dao smiled. It's because the prophet left it, that's why they're here. Yi Xian said in a solemn voice. The prophet came from above. This book house is also from above? Xiao Dao said softly. You're half right. Yi Xian asked. What do you mean? Xiao Dao said in a solemn voice. This matter has to start from the prophet. It was brought down by the prophet. And this thing is definitely related to the fifth dimension tribulation. Of course, for the people above, this thing is not simple. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. There is also a fifth dimension tribulation up there? Xiao Dao shook his head. Not up there. Yi Xian frowned. Why? Xiao Dao pondered for a moment, then said. The system up there is different from here. Up there, not everyone can cultivate. They have always maintained a balance. Of course, they also have their own problems, natural disasters and man-made disasters. The fifth dimension is a natural disaster, while their place is a man-made disaster. However, it's a little better than here. That woman must be plotting something again. Yi Xian was silent. Xiao Dao said, I'll go see her and see what she is playing. Yi Xian hesitated and said, Can you bring me there? Xiao Dao nodded and said, Let's go. With that, she led Yi Xian and disappeared from the pawnshop. Soon, the two of them appeared by a river. There was a woman squatting by the river. She had her head lowered, and her black hair flowed into the river. Washing her hair. Yi Xian blinked and said, She is Tendo? Xiao Dao nodded. Yi Xian had a strange expression. This was different from what he had expected. Xiao Dao led Yi Xian to the woman. The woman rubbed her hair lightly and stood up. When she stood up, her hair was dry. However, Yi Xian was struck dumb. He had seen this woman before. He had seen her during the trial of the Wu clan. Tendo looked at Yi Xian and waved. She smiled and said, We meet again. Yi Xian was speechless. Tendo looked at Xiao Dao and said, Xiao Dao, you have recovered a lot from your injuries. Congratulations. Xiao Dao was expressionless and said, Do you know that the seal of the dark world has been undone? Tendo nodded and said, I know. Xiao Dao asked again, Do you know that the gods that you had sealed are coming out? Tendo nodded slightly and said, I know. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo and said, You don't care? Tendo blinked and said, I'm alone. I can't defeat them. Xiao Dao stared at Tendo and said, Don't talk nonsense. What do you want to do? Tendo smiled and said, It's not that I want to do anything. I can't do anything. She pointed around and said, Look, there is a barrier around us. It is specially used to deal with me. Xiao Dao said in a deep voice, Can these broken things stop you? Tendo smiled and didn't say anything. Xiao Dao wanted to say something, but Tendo suddenly said, Xiao Dao, will you protect this universe? Xiao Dao looked at Tendo and was silent. Tendo smiled and said, It's fine even if you don't protect this universe, because you are not a person of this universe. As for me, I will always protect this universe. Most of the time, not taking action is also a kind of protection. She looked at Yi Xian and said, It's just that my way is a little different from yours. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Then why don't we join forces? Tendo smiled and said, You see the difficulties in front of you, but I see the future. Yi Xian was silent and said, Tendo looked at Xiao Dao and said, Right now, everyone and many living beings are only thinking about themselves and not this universe. Xiao Dao said softly, I understand. Then she turned and left with Yi Xian. As soon as Xiao Dao and Yi Xian left, the envoy appeared not far from Tendo. He looked at Xiao Dao and said, You have made a very wise decision. Tendo shook her head and smiled. I have seen many people since ancient times. Do you know what the biggest weakness of humans is? The envoy looked at Xiao Dao and said, What is it? Tendo blinked and said, That is most of the time. They don't know their own limits and don't know what they are worth. For example, you. Then she turned and left. In the field, the envoy clenched his fists and was thinking about something. In the starry sky, Yi Xian and Xiao Dao walked side by side. Xiao Dao suddenly said softly, "We have been neglecting one thing, and that is her identity." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "What do you mean?" Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and said, "She is Tendo. She is not human. She will protect this universe, but she will not protect the humans in this universe." Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. The heavenly Tao is protecting this universe, and he, Yi Xian, protects the people around him. His goal and Tendo's could be said to be the same, but also different. For now, their goal is the same, but Yi Xian knows that if the people of this universe harm this universe, then the people of this universe will be Tendo's enemy. At this time, Xiao Dao said softly, "I understand her intention. She's not doing anything, and it's very obvious that she wants to borrow your strength to deal with the higher-ups." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Not the righteous gods of the Dark World prison?" Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Do you think she cares about those people?" Yi Xian fell silent. Xiao Dao said, "Those people are imprisoning her because they are afraid that she will help you. Actually, she would love for nothing more than for them to target you." As she spoke, she shook her head and sighed. "Those idiots." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian and said, "I'm going somewhere. Take care." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into the starry sky. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment and said, "Senior 9th floor, are you still there?" There was no response. Yi Xian was stunned. "This fellow isn't here? 9th floor hasn't spoken in a very long time." Yi Xian called out a few more times, but there was still no response from 9th floor. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Did something happen to this fellow? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian decided to ignore this fellow. He waved his right hand, and 9th appeared in front of him. As he gazed at 9th, he'd almost forgotten about this woman when he was trying to break through to the rebirth state. Exactly how strong this woman is still a mystery. Charge her. Yi Xian glanced around. Soon he disappeared from where he was. Soon, he took Jiu to a place where there was sunlight. When Jiu came into contact with the sunlight, her body suddenly started to tremble. "It's effective." Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. This 9th is really trying to break through to the solar realm. Yi Xian sized 9th up curiously. He was extremely curious about 9th's origins. This woman hated humans, but she didn't hate him. Moreover, she was ridiculously strong. Who exactly is this woman? At this time, 9th floor's jade-like hands suddenly trembled. Gradually, her eyes opened, but she was still a bit weak. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "How do you feel?" 9th floor looked at Yi Xian and blinked. "It's you." Yi Xian smiled. "It's me. How are you? How do you feel?" 9th floor softly said, "I'm still a bit weak. I need to charge up more." Yi Xian nodded. "Okay. Charge up more." 9th floor blinked. "Is humanity extinct?" Yi Xian's face darkened. This woman still wants to destroy humanity. This idea is too dangerous. 9th floor suddenly said, "No, the 5th dimension tribulation hasn't arrived yet." Yi Xian nodded. "It hasn't arrived yet." 9th floor frowned. "Why don't you wait for the 5th dimension tribulation to arrive before waking me up?" Yi Xian. At this time, 9th floor slowly stood up. She slowly clenched her fists and stretched her body. After a moment, 9th floor looked at Yi Xian. "Let's go kill people." With that, she turned and walked away. Yi Xian hurriedly pulled 9th floor back. "Don't." 9th floor looked at Yi Xian. "What's the matter?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, "How long can you charge up this battery?" 9th floor blinked. "I don't know." Yi Xian's face darkened. "This woman's heart is too big." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "How about this, you charge up a bit more?" 9th floor thought about it and nodded. "All right." Yi Xian asked, "You hate humans so much, why don't you hate me?" 9th floor blinked and said, "Because you're one of us." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Don't tell me that I was also created by someone. I'll go crazy. P.S. Recently, I don't dare to go out. I'm a bit afraid of death." Chapter 11:22. Number 9 looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Of course you're not. I said it. You're one of us." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Number 9 blinked. In any case, you're one of us. Yi Xian was speechless. This woman didn't want to say it. Number 9 suddenly said, "Are we going to kill people?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "How about this? You've just woken up. For safety's sake, you should rest a bit more. I'll go find people. And I'll call you out when there are more people. Is that okay?" Number 9 looked at Yi Xian. "You don't want me to kill people?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. And then he said with a smile, "I feel that some people deserve to die, and some people don't. We should choose to kill selectively, not indiscriminately." Number 9 thought for a long time, and then he said, "Fine, I'll live in your Xiaota for now. If there are more people, or if you feel that there are people who deserve to be killed, call me out." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "All right." Number 9 nodded slightly, and then she entered the prison pagoda. Seeing this woman enter the prison pagoda, Yi Xian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. If this woman really didn't listen, then he really couldn't do anything. This woman's strength was at least not inferior to Arrow. After number 9 entered the prison pagoda, Yi Xian took out the soul-suppressing sword. And then he released Shen Gong. Yi Xian looked at Shen Gong in front of him. "You want to release those righteous gods of Buzhou Divine Mountain?" Shen Gong looked at Yi Xian. "Yes." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "Let them out, and then go fight against the Tendo?" Shen Gong was silent. Find the Tendo for revenge? It had to be said that he wanted to as well. But he knew that if they didn't rely on other forces, they wouldn't be enough to deal with the Tendo. That woman was so strong that they couldn't go against her at all. One had to know that so many righteous gods had failed back then. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "I've seen Tendo before." Shen Gong looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian chuckled. "Do you really think that the higher-ups can trap her?" Shen Gong frowned. "What do you mean?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Think about it. You came out, and the dark beings of the dark world came out. Why didn't she attack? Are you unable to make a move? Or are you deliberately not making a move?" Shen Gong's face gradually became gloomy. She didn't do it on purpose. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. "That woman wants to use you to get rid of us." Yi Xian gave him a thumbs up. "Smart." Shen Gong's face was gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but you guys can't beat her. And you chose to believe the people from the upper realm. Tell me honestly, do you believe them?" Shen Gong was expressionless. "What can I do if I don't believe them? Without their help, how can I open that seal?" Yi Xian pointed at himself. Shen Gong stared at Yi Xian. "If you were willing to help, how would I end up like this?" Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. "Shen Gong, were you looking for help back then? Think about your attitude back then." Shen Gong was silent. Yi Xian continued. "Shen Gong, I, Yi Xian, am a straightforward person. I don't want to play tricks. I'll be frank with you. I can help you to unlock the seal of the underground well, but you guys have to help me." Shen Gong looked at Yi Xian. "You still want to use us?" Yi Xian shrugged. "Then they can continue to stay in there. I don't care." With that, he turned around and left. At this moment, Shen Gong suddenly said, "Let's talk." Yi Xian turned to look at Shen Gong. Shen Gong said in a low voice, "Let them out. We'll help you." Yi Xian looked at Shen Gong. "Can you make the decision for them?" Shen Gong shook his head. "No." Yi Xian spread his hands. "Then what the hell are we talking about?" Shen Gong said in a low voice. "If they want to come out, they have to rely on you. You can make them swear." Yi Xian blinked. "What's the use of swearing?" Shen Gong glanced at Yi Xian. "What do you think?" Yi Xian thought for a while and said, "Come, let's go to Mount Buzhou. I'll talk to them." With that, he kept Shen Gong's soul and was about to leave. Meanwhile, a furious howl suddenly resounded. "No!" As soon as the voice resounded, a black shadow flew out from Yi Xian's arm. And it didn't take long for an enormous dragon to appear in front of Yi Xian. It was the true dragon. Yi Xian gazed at the true dragon. "If you didn't come out, I would have almost forgotten about you." The true dragon stared at Yi Xian. "Human, those righteous gods can't be released." Yi Xian spoke indifferently. "Why?" The true dragon said angrily. "They were sealed by Tendo." Yi Xian gazed at the true dragon. Did Tendo say that they can't be released? The true dragon was stunned, and then he said, in any case, they can't be released. Yi Xian smiled. What if I want to? The true dragon gazed at Yi Xian. He was just about to flare up, but he seemed to have thought of something, and his rage subsided. At this moment, he suddenly realized that this human's current strength was completely capable of killing him. After all, Yi Xian was currently at the second level of the mortal sword realm, and he was even at the rebirth realm. With the executing heaven sword, it wouldn't be difficult to break through his defenses. The true dragon said solemnly, human, if you release them, you'll be making an enemy out of Tendo. Yi Xian shook his head. You're wrong. What is Tendo's intention? It's to protect this universe. If I lead these righteous gods against the higher realm, not only will she not be angry, she'll be happy instead. The true dragon shook his head. My duty is to protect the seal of sacred mountain Buzhou. Yi Xian gazed at the true dragon and smiled. I've seen Tendo. You've seen it too. However, you didn't dare to come out. The true dragon fell silent. He had seen Tendo. He didn't dare to come out. He feared that woman from the bottom of his bones. Yi Xian smiled. Xiao Dao and I both know her. Does she really not know what we're doing? If she comes out to stop me when I open the seal, I'll give up. What do you think? After a moment of silence, the true dragon nodded. Yi Xian nodded and disappeared. The true dragon glanced at the end of the starry sky, and disappeared as well. Before long, Yi Xian appeared on sacred mountain Buzhou. He went to the well and looked down from above. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. At this moment, Shen Gong's soul flew out from the sword. Shen Gong looked down. After a moment of silence he said, Is Tai here? A moment later, a voice suddenly came from within. Shen Gong. Shen Gong said solemnly, I've brought a human king. At this moment, an illusory face suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Tai. Tai looked at Yi Xian. The current human king. Yi Xian nodded. Tai said, Tell me your conditions. Yi Xian looked at Tai and smiled. It's very simple. First, after you come out, you can't seek revenge on Tendo. At least not before the fifth dimension. Second, after you come out, you have to help me fight against the upper realm. Tai looked at Yi Xian. You know Tendo? Yi Xian shook his head. I've only met her twice. Tai said softly. Even if you don't say it, we won't seek revenge on her. Back then, we had more than 100 people, but we were still defeated by her. Now we only have 29 people. Aren't we looking for death if we seek revenge on her? Yi Xian looked at Tai. This guy understood. Tai continued. As for helping you fight against the upper realm, we owe you a favor for saving us. It's only right for us to help you. However, we can only help you twice. After that, we won't owe each other anything. What do you think? Twice. Yi Xian thought about it and nodded. All right. Tai nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you, my young friend. Yi Xian looked at Shen Gong. Look at how polite he is. This is what a true god should be like. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the man-ruler seal appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to activate it, a powerful aura suddenly came from the sky. The next moment, a man appeared not far away from Yi Xian. The man was the honorable envoy. Seeing the honorable envoy, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. This guy actually came. Tai looked at the honorable envoy and said nothing. The honorable envoy smiled. True God Tai, we can help you get out. Tai looked at the honorable envoy. People from the upper realm? The honorable envoy nodded. Yes, not only can we help you get out, but we can also help you get revenge. Tai looked calm. You want to help us fight against Tendo? The honorable envoy nodded. That Tendo is currently imprisoned by us. Yi Xian suddenly smiled, but he did not speak. The honorable envoy looked at Yi Xian. You don't believe me? Yi Xian laughed. I believe you. You're the best. Haha. The honorable envoy narrowed his eyes and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Yi Xian looked at Tai. Senior Tai, what do you think? Tai was silent. The honorable envoy said, Tai, if you let him save you, you'll be making an enemy of the upper realm. Moreover, This person is preventing you from getting revenge on Tendo. You can imagine his relationship with Tendo. Tai looked at Yi Xian and said, "What do you think?" Yi Xian smiled. "I'll see what you mean, senior. If you let me save him, I'll do it. If you choose to let them save him, I won't stop you either. Whether we're enemies or friends, I'm fine with it." Tai turned to look at the honorable envoy. "You said that you've imprisoned Tendo?" The honorable envoy nodded. Tai asked again, "Why didn't you kill him?" The honorable envoy smiled. "It's only a matter of time." Tai shook his head. "You're thinking too simply of her. There's only one reason why she allowed you to imprison him. She did it on purpose, so that she could watch all of you court death." The honorable envoy looked at Tai and smiled. "Tai, you have to think this through. A single choice could consign all of you to eternal damnation." At that moment Yi Xian suddenly said, "I won't force you, Senior Tai. I'll say it again. Senior Tai, make your own choice." Tai suddenly looked at Shen Gong. "Who do you think will win?" Shen Gong. Hearing that, the honorable envoy's lips curled up slightly. Shen Gong was on their side. Of course he would help them. At that moment, Shen Gong suddenly pointed at Yi Xian. "Choose him." The honorable envoy was stunned. Tai looked at Shen Gong. "Why?" Shen Gong said in a low voice. "He has many backers." Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 11:23. The emissary's face was extremely gloomy. He hadn't expected that Shen Gong would actually choose Yi Xian. Was this guy's brain damaged? He was about to speak when Shen Gong suddenly gazed at Tai Yi. "If everyone wants to live, then choose him." Tai Yi turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. "Young brother, we're willing to form good karma with you." Yi Xian immediately pressed his fingers together and pointed forward, and a ray of light shot into the mortal ruler seal. The seal shook violently, and then Yi Xian gazed at the seal. "Break!" As soon as he finished speaking, the mortal ruler seal transformed into a ray of golden light that smashed against the seal. Bang! The entire well shook violently, and then countless blood-red talismans floated up from within it. The blood-red talismans gradually vanished one by one. The emissary's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene, and he was about to attack. Meanwhile, Yi Xian smiled and said, "If I were you, I would flee right now." The emissary clenched his right fist. Meanwhile, a powerful aura suddenly shot into the sky from the well below. The emissary didn't hesitate to turn around and vanish into the sky. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The middle-aged man had long hair that hung loosely on his shoulders, and his entire body emanated a powerful aura. His aura was even stronger than the emissary from before. An expert. It was Tai Yi who'd spoken to him just now. Tai Yi gazed at Yi Xian. "Thank you, young brother." Yi Xian smiled. "I have my own selfish motives as well." Tai Yi nodded slightly. "It's my duty." Tai Yi hesitated for a moment before he said, "We've just escaped, and our bodies haven't fully recovered. So we have to stay here for some time. Young brother, just let us know if you need anything, and we'll rush over right away." Yi Xian smiled. "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed with his finger, and 100 strands of violet energy descended before Tai Yi. Tai Yi was visibly moved when he saw those strands of violet energy. Yi Xian smiled. "It should be useful to all of you." Tai Yi did not refuse. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you." Yi Xian smiled. "Everyone, please focus on healing. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." With that, he looked at Shen Gong. "You've regained your freedom." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. After Yi Xian left, Tai Yi slowly closed his eyes. Shen Gong asked in a low voice, "Why did you choose him?" Tai Yi said softly, "The envoy told me that they imprisoned Tendo." As he said that, he sneered. "Them? How naive." Shen Gong nodded. "Now that I think about it, I also feel that there is something fishy about this. How could the heavenly Tao be imprisoned by them so easily? If they had such strength, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to kill Yi Xian?" "That's not right either." Tai Yi looked at Shen Gong. "Why? Is the person behind that young man stronger than the Tendo?" Shen Gong said in a low voice. "I don't know. I only know that the other party is very, very strong. There is a huge force behind him called Honorable Swordsman. They came to help him in the past. 12 swordsmen came, and each of them was an ordinary sword. Apart from that, there was a white-robed woman behind him. She only sent a clone, but she shattered my body with one punch. I couldn't fight back at all. Tai frowned slightly. Couldn't fight back at all? Shengong nodded. Couldn't fight back at all. Hearing that, Tai's expression gradually became solemn. Shengong continued. And there was a woman in a plain dress behind him. I don't know how strong she is. As he said that, he shook his head. He shook his head. I feel that there are still some people behind him. In short, choosing him was the right choice. Tai nodded. The situation is complicated now. We have to keep a low profile. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't just be sealed. We'll be destroyed. Shengong suddenly said. Aren't we going to take revenge on the Tendo? Tai shook his head. We don't have that strength anymore. That woman, be it in terms of strength or means, is above us. I don't want to be enemies with her anymore. As you said, she didn't care about anything this time. There must be a big conspiracy. Shengong suddenly said. I think she wants to use Yi Xian to get rid of us, the dark world, and the people from the upper realm. Tai looked at Shengong. Shengong said softly. Her goal is to protect this universe, not the people in this universe. So, she wants both of us to suffer, so that she can reap the benefits. Saying this, he paused and said, She sealed us for so many years. I don't want to accept it either. But she really makes people despair. Tai nodded slightly. What we need to do now is to live well, and not take revenge. Because our strength doesn't allow us to. As he spoke, he withdrew the violet energy, turned around, and entered the well. Meanwhile, Shengong fell silent for a moment before he followed Tai down the well. Divine Mount Buzhou had regained its calm. Yi Xian suddenly stopped after he left Divine Mount Buzhou, because he noticed that the true dragon was following him. Yi Xian gazed at the true dragon. You've regained your freedom as well. The true dragon glanced at Yi Xian. Human, I'm following you. Yi Xian smiled. Why are you following me? The true dragon fell silent. Yi Xian gazed at the true dragon and asked, Why are you following me? The true dragon fell silent for a moment before he said, I'm willing to follow you. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Are you joking? The true dragon stared at Yi Xian. I'm serious. The true dragon stared at Yi Xian. I'm serious. The true dragon shook its head. I have nowhere else to go. Yi Xian pointed behind the true dragon. Divine Mount Buzhou. The true dragon shook its head again. If I go back, I'll be beaten to death by them. Yi Xian smiled. So you're following me to protect your life, right? The true dragon nodded. Yes. Yi Xian smiled. It's very dangerous to follow me. Do you understand what I mean? The true dragon said in a low voice. I'm willing to serve you. Yi Xian stretched out his right hand. The true dragon turned into a small dragon and attached itself to his arm. Yi Xian turned around and disappeared. Yi Xian returned to the Wu clan. At that moment, Shaman City was still under construction. Because of the previous battle, the entire Shaman City had been destroyed. Yi Xian arrived at the Wu clan's ancestral shrine. Amu and the former great priest Lin Xian were both there. Amu looked at Yi Xian. You're here? Yi Xian nodded. I'm almost done with my task. Lin Xian cast a glance at Yi Xian. What do you plan to do next? Yi Xian said softly. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Lin Xian quirked an eyebrow. Why? You want to counterattack? Yi Xian smiled. Can't I? Amu suddenly said, counterattack the dark world? Yi Xian said softly. I'm going to investigate first. Amu immediately shook his head. No, it's too risky. Lin Xian also nodded. If you go alone, you'll be sending yourself to death. It's too risky. Yi Xian smiled. I know what I'm doing. Lin Xian looked at Yi Xian. Do you know that if you go alone, they'll definitely do everything in their power to kill you? They'll kill you. Besides, you won't be able to do anything even if you go. If you want to gather information, I'll go alone. Yi Xian shook his head. If you go, it'll be risky too. Lin Xian said softly. You think you're stronger than me? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Senior, you've misunderstood. What I mean is that I'm not going alone. Lin Xian furrowed her brows. Not alone. Yi Xian nodded. I have a friend. Lin Xian looked at Yi Xian. What are you going to do? Yi Xian said in a low voice. Let's meet that lord. Lin Xian frowned. You want to instigate him? Yi Xian shook his head. That's not realistic. Lin Xian was puzzled. Just as she was about to speak, the space in front of Yi Xian suddenly trembled. A moment later, Yi Xian's face darkened. I'm going somewhere. Amu, gather all the experts of the Wu clan. No need. I'll go myself. Wait for me here. After saying that, he had already disappeared. Amu looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said softly, It seems that the dark world and the upper realm have made a move. Then she looked at Amu. Get ready. Amu's face darkened. Were the dark world and the upper realm really not afraid of death? Even the white-robed woman couldn't scare them? Soon, Yi Xian arrived at a starry sky. As soon as he arrived, Xiao Dao appeared in front of him. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Are they going to deal with Arrow? Xiao Dao nodded. Is Arrow preparing to break through? Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Dao said in a low voice, It seems that they know about this. Obviously, they don't want Arrow to break through. Well, with Arrow's strength, if he breaks through, it'll be terrible. Yi Xian was silent. Arrow. Obviously, the upper realm and the dark world were also very afraid of Arrow. The current Arrow was already very powerful. If he broke through, ordinary people would not be able to stop him. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Xiao Dao, how did you know that they are going to deal with Arrow? The little Taoist priest said softly, The heavenly Dao sent me a message. Tendo. Yi Xian frowned slightly. She knows. Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian. She is the Tendo of this universe. Many things can't be hidden from her. Also, don't look down on this woman. She usually looks harmless, but she is very cunning. She doesn't even need to kill people herself. Also, you can't do anything to her. Just like now, she told you this news. It seems like she is helping you. But in fact, she wants you to be prepared to fight against the dark world and the upper realm. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao shook his head. Fortunately, she doesn't have any evil intentions towards you now, because you both have a common goal, which is to fight against the external enemies. Yi Xian said in a low voice. She wants us to exhaust each other? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. You have to understand that the upper realm wants to deal with you, not her. So she is not anxious at all. Yi Xian shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Dao suddenly looked up at the distant starry sky. She frowned slightly. Go to the Great Desolation Kingdom. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed. Without any hesitation, he turned around and turned into a sword light, disappearing into the starry sky. The sword was pointed at the Great Desolation Kingdom. P.S. Everyone just read the book and vote. As for tipping, feel free. If you are a child or a student, don't tip. Seriously, the author is living a good life. He has wine, meat, and girls. To the current Great Desolation Kingdom, they had to fight even if they couldn't win. There was no way out. Right at this moment, a ray of light suddenly assaulted from the sky, and then it slashed directly against the enormous palm. Boom! The giant black hand shook violently, but it wasn't affected at all. At this time, Yi Xian appeared above the Great Wasteland Kingdom. In the sky, Skyless looked at Yi Xian expressionlessly. This array is activated by my dark race. Not to mention you, even Arrow can't break it. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a golden light suddenly soared into the sky. In the next moment, a huge 8 trigrams array covered the sky above the great desolate country. 8 trigrams array. The moment the array appeared, the enormous hand slammed against the 8 trigrams array. The 8 trigrams array shook violently, and the heavens and earth shook. The 8 trigrams array forcefully blocked the enormous hand. However, the enormous hand didn't disappear, and continued to attack the 8 trigrams array. Below, Yi Xian was expressionless. He opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a ray of light soared into the sky and slashed against the enormous hand. Boom! The entire enormous hand shook violently. Although it didn't shatter, it became slightly illusory. However, a steady stream of dark energy continued to gush out of the spatial teleportation array and converged on the giant dark hand. Therefore, the enormous hand became stronger and stronger. Yi Xian frowned when he saw this. Yi Xian was about to attack again, when the honorable envoy suddenly vanished on the spot. Below, Yi Xian's expression changed. He held the sword with both hands and slashed down. Chi! A tearing sound resounded. Boom! Yi Xian retreated hundreds of feet with his sword, and the honorable envoy was standing where he had been. Yi Xian looked at the honorable envoy. The honorable envoy opened his palm, and a spear suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he vanished on the spot. In the blink of an eye, a ray of spear light appeared in front of Yi Xian's brow. Yi Xian didn't dodge the spear. The executing heaven sword in his hand flew out and pierced the honorable envoy's throat. The honorable envoy didn't retract his spear either. The spear pierced the space between Yi Xian's brows, but it couldn't pierce through because Yi Xian had already activated his immortal body. His immortal body coupled with his indestructible golden body forcefully resisted the spear. Yi Xian's sword couldn't pierce the honorable envoy either, because the honorable envoy had returned to his original position at some point in time. His sword pierced thin air. As Yi Xian looked at the honorable envoy's body suddenly turned illusory. Around Yi Xian, countless afterimages suddenly appeared. Yi Xian closed his eyes. In the next moment, he stabbed his sword towards the right. Boom! The afterimages all dissipated, and the honorable envoy returned to his original position. The honorable envoy looked at Yi Xian. You shouldn't be a swordsman. You should be a body cultivator. He realized that this guy in front of him was a body cultivator, wearing the clothes of a swordsman. A swordsman actually had such an abnormal physical defense. Was he still human? Yi Xian didn't waste any time, and suddenly disappeared on the spot. The honorable envoy could afford to delay, but Mo Wuji couldn't. One had to know that he was still activating the 8 trigrams array. Without the 8 trigrams array to defend, the entire Great Wasteland Kingdom would be destroyed. The moment Yi Xian disappeared, the venerable emissary smiled, and then disappeared on the spot as well. It had to be said that although his realm was higher than Yi Xian's, he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. However, it was also impossible for Yi Xian to kill him. Now he could afford to delay, but Yi Xian couldn't. In the sky, although the 8 trigrams array blocked the giant black hand, it consumed a lot of Yi Xian's energy. At this moment, a powerful aura swept over from the distant sky. It was the Wu clan's former high priest Lin Xian and Amu. Wu Tian glanced at Lin Xian and Amu. In the next moment, several afterimages rushed towards Lin Xian and Amu. On the other side, Xiao Dao, who was flying in the sky, suddenly stopped. Not far in front of her stood a middle-aged man. Xiao Dao narrowed her eyes. Lord. The person who came was the Lord of the Dark World. The Lord nodded. Miss Xiao Dao, how have you been? Xiao Dao smiled. Is it not good to be alive? The Lord chuckled. Miss Xiao Dao, of course I want to be alive. However, I chose another path. Xiao Dao said softly. Lord, you are a smart person. You should know that the young man isn't simple. The Lord nodded. I know. However, the people of the upper realm aren't simple either, right? Xiao Dao looked at the Lord. At the end of the day, you want revenge. The Lord nodded. She caused the dark world to suffer so much. How can we not take revenge? Xiao Dao shook her head. This is not a wise move. That woman isn't someone you can handle. The Lord smiled. Therefore, I need to borrow strength. Xiao Dao looked at the Lord. After a moment of silence, she said softly, Fine, I won't care about the grudge between you two. The Lord smiled. I also have no enmity towards Miss Xiao Dao. As long as Miss Xiao Dao doesn't go to the Great Desolate Kingdom. Xiao Dao smiled. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Good luck. With that, she turned around and left. Seeing this, the Lord furrowed his brows. After a long silence, the Lord turned around and looked at the horizon. There was a trace of worry in his eyes. In the sky above the Great Desolate Kingdom, Yi Xian was still fighting with the venerable envoy. Yi Xian was getting more and more anxious while the Lord was getting more and more relaxed. He was dragging it out. The longer he dragged it out, the better, because Yi Xian had to maintain the formation and fight the venerable envoy. So Yi Xian wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly frowned, and then he instinctively flashed backwards. The venerable envoy was overjoyed when he saw this. He can't hold on any longer? As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. A trace of panic appeared on Yi Xian's face, and he instinctively raised his sword to block. Meanwhile, the spear stabbed against Yi Xian's sword. Bang! As if he was powerless, Yi Xian retreated explosively by over 1 kilometer. The venerable envoy was delighted when he witnessed this scene, and he vanished on the spot. When he appeared again, he was in front of Yi Xian. However, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth suddenly curled up slightly. Right at this moment, the venerable envoy was shocked, and it immediately told him that the situation wasn't good. He was about to retreat, but a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian at this moment. The venerable envoy's expression instantly changed when he saw this woman, and he was just about to retreat when the woman suddenly vanished. The venerable envoy was horrified, and he raised his spear to block. Meanwhile, a sword slashed against the spear. Hiss! The spear instantly broke apart. At the same time, the sword slashed down towards the venerable envoy's head. Bang! The honorable envoy's physical body crumbled in an instant, but his soul managed to escape hundreds of meters away. As soon as he stopped, the woman suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, the sword in her hand had turned into the soul-suppressing sword. The venerable envoy was horrified when he saw this sword, and he roared furiously like a wild beast. How despicable and shameless! You actually called for help. As soon as his voice resounded, the soul-subduing sword entered his body. Bang! The soul-subduing sword suddenly erupted with a powerful force of the soul, causing the space in the surroundings to seethe and crack apart. Yi Xian looked at the soul-subduing sword, and his heart leaped with joy. Was this sword going to improve? In the distance, when Skyless saw the venerable envoy being killed, he was completely dumbfounded. Another woman had come? And she even killed the venerable envoy with a single strike? How was he supposed to play this game? At the thought of this, there was no place for a fight. He looked at Yi Xian, clenched his fists, and his features were distorted. Yi Xian, can you not call for help? Can you not call for help? Ah! Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1125. Yi Xian was slightly stunned when he heard Wu Tian. Has this fellow gone mad? Right at this moment, Number suddenly gazed at Wu Tian with a hostile expression. In the next moment, she charged towards Wu Tian. Yi Xian's face darkened. She can't control herself anymore, and she intends to kill someone. Wu Tian's expression changed when he saw Number charge towards him, and he intended to flee. However, an afterimage suddenly flew out from the pitch-black space behind him. Bang! In an instant, Number had returned to her original position. Number looked towards a middle-aged man, standing not too far away from her. The middle-aged man wore a white robe and held a silver spear in his hand. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Who's that? Right at this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly vanished on the spot. Number raised her hand and stabbed forward with her sword. This attack didn't contain any sword intent or sword chi, and it was just an extremely ordinary attack. This sword strike directly struck half an inch below the tip of the middle-aged man's spear. Bang! The white-robed man's expression instantly changed, because he noticed that all the strength of his attack had been dispersed. In an instant, the white-robed man retreated explosively by 300 m. Meanwhile, Number suddenly appeared not too far away from the white-robed man, and she stabbed forward once more. This attack was extremely ordinary, and it was a very simple attack. On the other hand, the white-robed man's expression changed drastically, because he noticed that he didn't know how to defend against such an ordinary attack. The white-robed man didn't hesitate at all. He tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot, and retreated explosively by 300 m. However, he hadn't even stopped when that sword strike arrived once more. It was like she knew that he intended to retreat. There was nowhere to retreat to. The white-robed man suddenly stabbed forward with the spear in his right hand. This attack was aimed straight at Number's throat. Obviously, he intended to take the initiative, because the spear was longer than the sword. Right at this moment, Number suddenly slashed horizontally, and then she slashed towards the white-robed man's spear. When her sword slashed onto the white-robed man's spear, hiss! The white-robed man's spear was directly split into two. An expanse of sword light flickered in front of the white-robed man. In next to no time, the white-robed man retreated 300 m away. When he stopped, there were at least a few dozen marks on his body. His white robe had become a blood-red robe. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian, who was far away, was stunned. Was number 9 a swordsman? The white-robed man was also stunned. He looked at number 9. You're a swordsman? The reason he asked this was because he noticed that there was actually not a trace of sword insight or fluctuation of sword chi on this woman before him. Ninth glanced at the white-robed man. You talk too much. Number 9 looked up at the Lord and nodded slightly. She's pretty good at fighting. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot again. The Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he pressed his fingers together and tapped forward lightly. The space before him instantly split apart, and then the space in an area of over 1 kilometer turned pitch black. Yi Xian was visibly moved when he witnessed this scene. The Lord's strength is quite abnormal. The sound of space being torn apart resounded from afar, and then a white figure floated out from within it, and descended in front of Yi Xian and Xiao Dao. It was number 9. Number 9 gazed at the Lord and spoke softly. He's pretty good at fighting. Yi Xian walked over to number 9's side. Can you win? Number 9 blinked. It's quite difficult. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a shield appeared in front of number 9. I'll give you this. Use it to fight him. The Tai Chi shield. Number 9 didn't hold back at all. She immediately picked up the Tai Chi shield, and then she vanished on the spot. The Lord frowned slightly, and then he suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground. Bang! In an instant, the space in the sky above Great Desolation Kingdom was completely pitch black. Space shattered. In that pitch black space, Ninth retreated explosively, and he retreated for an entire 3 kilometers. However, she was fine because the Tai Chi shield had blocked all the force of the attack for her. Number 9 suddenly walked over to Xiao Dao's side, and then she passed the Execution Heaven Sword and Tai Chi shield to Xiao Dao. You fight him. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao glanced at number 9 and said, I can't kill him as well. Number 9 blinked. Let's fight him together? Xiao Dao smiled. Can we wait? Number 9 nodded. And then she passed the Execution Heaven Sword and Tai Chi shield back to Yi Xian. Yi Xian put them away, and then he gazed at the Lord in the distance. At this moment, the Lord was looking at him as well. The little Taoist suddenly smiled and said, Lord, do you still want to continue fighting? The Lord nodded slightly. Of course. Xiao Dao's expression gradually turned gloomy when he heard this. The Lord glanced down and spoke softly. No matter what, we can't allow arrow to break through. Xiao Dao spoke indifferently. But you don't seem to have the ability to stop him. The Lord gazed at Xiao Dao. Not necessarily. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand lightly, and it didn't take long for numerous formidable auras to emerge incessantly from the teleportation formation behind him. Yi Xian frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene. Are even stronger people about to emerge? It didn't take long for countless experts to suddenly charge out from the teleportation formation. All of them were experts from the Dark World. Besides those top-rate experts, there was also the Dark World's army. Yi Xian's face fell when he saw this. In just a moment, the sky above the Great Desolation Kingdom was covered by countless beings from the Dark World. However, they didn't attack. Obviously, they were waiting for the Lord's instructions. The Lord gazed at Yi Xian from afar. I have to say that you're a monstrous genius indeed. You've reached such a level at such a young age. At this moment, Yi Xian's combat strength was extremely formidable even without those precious treasures. Moreover, if Yi Xian could advance a step further and attain the ruler realm, then his strength would absolutely not be inferior to Arrow. Especially when this fellow was wearing a full set of divine equipment, and his physical body was monstrous to the extreme. Xiao Dao spoke abruptly. Lord, I'll give you one last warning. Don't even think about seeking revenge against that woman. Otherwise, your dark world will pay an extremely painful price. The Lord chuckled. I know. However, it's still the same as before. She trapped my dark world for so many years, so how can I not take revenge? Moreover, my master and several brothers died at her hands. Xiao Dao suddenly spoke. Do you know why you're not dead yet? The Lord's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Xiao Dao laughed. Whether it's you or the righteous gods. Do you really think she doesn't have the strength to kill you? Why didn't she kill you? The Lord chuckled. Are you trying to say that she's benevolent? Xiao Dao shook his head. Not benevolent. My intuition tells me that she has a reason for keeping you alive. The Lord took a deep breath and smiled. No matter what this time, we'll settle the score with her. Xiao Dao looked at the Lord. You don't have the strength. The Lord pointed upwards. Someone does. Xiao Dao fell silent. The upper realm. It was obvious that the upper realm had promised the Lord something. It could be said that Yi Xian's real opponent was not the Lord, but the people in the upper realm. Thinking of this, Xiao Dao looked up. She was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, Something's wrong. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. What is it? Yi Xian stared at the Lord in the distance. Logically speaking, you should be more anxious than us. But you're not anxious at all. You're still chatting with us. Hearing this, Xiao Daoist narrowed her eyes slightly. She and Yi Xian looked at each other, and Yi Xian suddenly said fiercely, No, your target is not Aluo at all. It's the Wu clan, it's Yi Ling. The Lord looked at Yi Xian whispered. They should be here by now. Yi Xian stared at the Lord. If my sister is harmed in the slightest, I will make everyone in the dark world die with her. With that, he turned into a sword light and soared into the sky. The sky was blood red. Chapter 11:26. After Yi Xian vanished, Xiao Dao gazed at the Lord who stood nearby. You'll regret this. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, the Lord suddenly chuckled. You should stay behind. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fist towards Xiao Dao from afar. And then a powerful force enveloped Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the Lord. The Lord was about to speak when she suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! In the distance, the High Lord suddenly retreated nearly 10,000 feet. He'd just stopped when the space behind him suddenly split apart. Number's eyes lit up when she witnessed this scene, and she was just about to act when Xiao Dao's voice resounded in her mind. Go help him. Number hesitated for a moment, and then she turned around and vanished into the sky. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had chosen to leave the battle as well, and she took a Mu with her and vanished into the sky. The Lord gazed at Xiao Dao. Our objective isn't just her younger sister and her friends. It's Arrow as well. Xiao Dao, you can't stop us. Move aside. Xiao Dao walked slowly towards the Lord while a wisp of disdain arose on the corners of her mouth. You can't stop us? Who do you think you are? As soon as she finished speaking, 2 blood-red sickles suddenly appeared in her hands, and then she vanished on the spot. Hiss! Hiss! The sound of something tearing resounded abruptly. The Lord's expression changed, and he suddenly clenched his right fist. A moment later, the space before him turned pitch black. A domain. However, 2 rays of blood-red light tore through this domain in the next moment. The Lord's pupils constricted, and he smashed his fist forward. Bang! Hiss! An explosion and the sound of something slicing resounded. And then the Lord retreated by over 3 kilometers. When he finally stopped moving, there were 2 deep scars on his chest, and his internal organs were visible. The Lord gazed at Xiao Dao with an extremely solemn expression on his face. Xiao Dao pointed her blood-red sickle at the Lord's group. Attack together. The void dimension. The graveyard. In front of the wordless tombstone, Yi Ling squatted on the ground with her eyes closed. In front of her was the thorn. She had been sitting there for a long time. Right at this moment, an emaciated old man suddenly appeared not far away from Yi Ling. The emaciated old man wore tattered clothes and had very little hair. He was very bald in front, and his face was crisscrossed with wrinkles. He looked extremely old. The skinny old man slowly walked towards Yi Ling. When he was about 10 meters behind Yi Ling, he suddenly turned around and looked not far away. There stood a hunchbacked old man. That person was none other than the old man guarding the tomb. Tombkeeper looked at the skinny old man. "What's the matter?" The scrawny old man pointed at Yi Ling, who was not far away. "Take her away." Gravekeeper glanced at Yi Ling and shook his head. "No." The skinny old man smiled sinisterly. "What if I insist on taking it away?" The gravekeeper suddenly punched out. In the distance, the skinny old man's pupils constricted, and he also punched out. Boom! In just an instant, the skinny old man had appeared over 1 kilometer away. However, Gravekeeper was still standing on the spot and hadn't moved an inch. After the skinny old man stopped moving, he stared at Gravekeeper, while a trace of a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. Gravekeeper spoke softly. "I don't want to get involved in such trivial matters. Leave." The skinny old man walked towards Gravekeeper. "I'm taking this little girl with me today." Gravekeeper gazed at the skinny old man. And then he suddenly vanished on the spot. The skinny old man's pupils constricted, and then he suddenly opened his palms and pressed them together in front of him. Grand destruction. At the instant that his palms were about to press together, a strand of destructive energy suddenly appeared within the tomb, and the space in an area of over 100 kilometers instantly became illusory. However, his palms hadn't even closed when a fist suddenly smashed towards him. Bang! The skinny old man was instantly blasted flying. He flew for over 30 kilometers, and he'd just stopped when the space behind him collapsed. At the same time, a wisp of blood seeped out slowly from the corner of his mouth. The skinny old man looked up at Gravekeeper with a solemn expression in his eyes. "Who are you?" Gravekeeper didn't speak. He just turned around and walked over to Yi Ling's side. He gazed at Yi Ling's kneeling figure and spoke softly. "I'll be free once she wakes up." Suddenly, the space above Gravekeeper split apart, and then an illusory man suddenly appeared in the air above Gravekeeper. He looked down at Gravekeeper. "We must take this woman with us." Gravekeeper chuckled. "Do you know who's in the tomb?" The illusory man gazed at Gravekeeper. "What does taking her have to do with the person in the tomb?" Gravekeeper shook his head. "Forget it. All of you are truly detestable." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and then a black spear suddenly appeared in his grasp. The illusory man and the skinny old man's expressions instantly changed when they held the black spear in their hands. Danger! That was their first thought at this moment. Gravekeeper spoke softly. "Are both of you going to attack me together?" "Together." The surroundings were extremely silent. The illusory man spoke in a low voice. "Who exactly are you?" Gravekeeper suddenly raised his spear and stabbed forward. Bang! The illusory man instantly vanished without a trace. The skinny old man took a deep glance at Gravekeeper, and then he retreated silently. He knew that he wasn't a match for Gravekeeper at all. Gravekeeper didn't pursue him. He just turned around and walked over to stand behind Yi Ling. Suddenly, Yi Ling stood up, and then a ray of dark light suddenly flew out from the tomb and enveloped Yi Ling. In the next moment, Yi Ling vanished. Gravekeeper was stunned by this scene. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the distant sky, and then Yi Xian suddenly appeared not too far away from Gravekeeper. Yi Xian's entire body emanated a faint red glow. Yi Xian was stunned when he noticed that the tomb was completely empty. He glanced at the signs of battle in the surroundings, clenched his fists, and then gazed at Gravekeeper as he spoke with a trembling voice. "Where's my younger sister?" Gravekeeper hesitated for a moment before he said, "She's gone. She's gone." Bang! When he heard the tombkeeper's words, a powerful killing intent suddenly surged from Yi Xian's body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was completely covered in blood. At that moment, his eyes were like a sea of blood, and his entire body exuded a monstrous killing intent. Gravekeeper was stunned by this scene, and he was just about to speak when Yi Xian transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. Gravekeeper was stunned for quite some time, and then he was slightly dazed. "Did I say something?" Right at this moment, Amu and Lin Xian appeared here. Amu looked at Gravekeeper. "Senior, did you see Yi Xian?" Gravekeeper pointed at the sky. That young man became covered in blood, and then he left. Covered in blood. Amu frowned. He became covered in blood? Gravekeeper nodded. That fellow's bloodline aura is quite familiar. At this point, his pupils constricted, and his voice trembled. How could that be possible? Impossible. Amu gazed at Gravekeeper. Senior, what's impossible? Gravekeeper fell silent for a long time, and then he said, I've sensed his bloodline aura on someone in the past. He's definitely related to that person. No wonder he was able to make that white bandit help him all those years ago. No wonder, they're in cahoots. Amu and Lin Xian were puzzled. Amu suddenly said, Senior, where's Yi Ling? Gravekeeper reined in his thoughts, and then he pointed at the nearby grave. She went in. Amu looked at the grave, and after a moment she said in a low voice, Senior, can you explain it a little more clearly? I feel very helpless listening to you. Gravekeeper shook his head. I don't know the specifics. All I know is that it shouldn't be a bad thing for that girl. Amu looked at the grave. Senior, who's in the grave? Gravekeeper shook his head once more. I don't know who she is either. All I know is that I have to wait for her to wake up. Amu frowned slightly. Senior, if you don't know who she is, why are you standing guard here? Gravekeeper fell silent for a moment, and then he said, I lost a bet. Amu asked, What bet? Gravekeeper sighed softly. Back then, the old man had just attained one with the heavens, and his spear technique could be said to be invincible. At that time, the old man was very arrogant. With that said, he paused, and then said, Back then, the old man met a swordsman in a green robe, and beside the swordsman was a woman in a white robe. The woman also used a spear, and when she saw the spear user, the old man challenged her. But the woman did not fight me, and said that she was in a hurry. Seeing that, the old man did not say a word and directly attacked. Amu continued to ask, What happened next? Gravekeeper smiled bitterly. I was defeated by her spear. Amu said in a low voice, And then you stood guard here, Senior? Gravekeeper shook his head. That woman did not make things difficult for me. They were about to leave, and at that time, I was already out of my mind, so I rushed over. Amu was speechless. Gravekeeper said softly, The woman did not kill me. At that moment, the man in green suddenly said that he wanted to make a bet with me. He said that he knew that I would not accept it, and was willing to give me a chance to attack again. Then, he asked the little girl beside him to take one of my spears. If the little girl could take one of my spears, I would do something for him. Amu asked, Senior, did you use your spear on the little girl? Gravekeeper nodded. Naturally, I could tell that the little girl was not simple, but I had already been beaten to an abnormal state. Moreover, I did not think that the little girl could take one of my spears, and then I attacked. At that time, I did not underestimate the enemy, and used all my strength. That spear could be said to be an extraordinary display, but, with that said, he suddenly smiled bitterly. The little girl did not dodge, and let me stab her in the chest. Amu frowned slightly. Are you all right? Gravekeeper looked at Amu. Yes, but the one who is all right is me. My spear and my hand are both broken. Amu was speechless. Gravekeeper said softly. At that moment, I suddenly understood. I was tricked. Amu was speechless. Chapter 11:27. They had been tricked. Amu and Lin Xian's expressions turned strange. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly said, Sir, did you just say that his entire body was blood red? The old man nodded. Yes, it should be the power of his bloodline. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Why did he become like that? The old man said, He asked me where his sister went, and I said she was gone. Then he became like that. Oh no. Amu's expression changed instantly. Lin Xian and the old man looked at Amu. Amu said solemnly, He must have misunderstood Senior's intentions and thought that something had happened to Yi Ling. With that, she turned and disappeared into the horizon. Lin Xian also followed. The gravekeeper blinked. Are my words very ambiguous? Somewhere in the starry sky, a blood-red sword beam tore through the sky. Wherever the sword beam passed, the starry sky turned into a sea of blood. The power of bloodline. Actually, he could not control the power of bloodline. The strength of the power of bloodline was related to his anger. The angrier he was, the stronger the power of bloodline would be, and the more uncontrollable it would be. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the Dark World. As soon as he arrived in the Dark World, some dark race experts appeared in front of him. Before they could speak, a blood-red sword light flashed across the battlefield. Chi! The heads of those dark creatures flew, and blood splattered. And Yi Xian had already disappeared at the end of the horizon. Along the way, countless dark creatures charged at Yi Xian. Yi Xian killed his way through, and everywhere he passed, there were corpses. Gradually, those dark creatures did not dare to look for Yi Xian, because no one was a match for a single sword strike from Yi Xian. Instant kill. At this moment, Yi Xian's battle prowess had increased by at least a few times under the blessing of the bloodline power. Coupled with the executing heaven sword and the immortal body, he was practically invincible. Of course, the main reason was that the Lord and the other super powerhouses were being held back by Xiao Dao in the Great Wilderness Kingdom. Yi Xian slaughtered his way forward. Before long, Yi Xian had killed his way to a black Xiao Ta, and countless dark spirits had gathered around him. At the same time, the dark spirits in front of Yi Xian stopped retreating, because they had nowhere to retreat to. Behind them was their lair. Around him, more and more dark creatures rushed towards Yi Xian. Ah! Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, and he swiftly swept the sword in his right hand horizontally, causing an expanse of blood-red sword light to ripple out from the surroundings. Chi! In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 dark creatures were instantly killed. Around him, the dark creatures directly rushed towards Yi Xian, instantly drowning Yi Xian. But soon they despaired, because they realized that Yi Xian's physical body was too abnormal. They could not break Yi Xian's immortal body at all. Apart from that, Yi Xian also had a shield in his left hand. Tai Chi shield. A sword and a shield. Was this a swordsman or a warrior? However, the dark creatures still did not retreat. One by one, they rushed towards Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian, the blood-red glow on his body became stronger and stronger. In a certain place, a woman was looking down. This woman was the Tendo. The Tendo looked at the situation below with a smile on her lips. After a while she turned around. Not far behind her stood an illusory man, and a skinny old man. She was the one who blocked the two of them. The two of them looked at the Tendo with fear. The Tendo. This was the fifth dimension Tendo. The illusory man looked at the Tendo and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, are you going to stop us?" The Tendo blinked and said with a smile, "I won't stop you. You can go ahead." The illusory man stared at the Tendo. "What do you mean?" The Tendo said with a smile, "Looking at your recent series of actions, I really can't bear to watch it anymore. As villains, can't you have a little bit of intelligence? After suffering once, you still don't learn from your mistakes. Look at you. After the death of the High Ambassador, you sent the Honorable Ambassador. Now the Honorable Ambassador is dead. After the Honorable Ambassador, it's you. Look at you. You haven't even attacked the little guy below, and you're already about to dissipate." As she said that, she shook her head slightly. "You're just giving him a chance to grow." Hearing that, the illusory man's face turned extremely ugly. The Tendo smiled lightly. "Don't be angry. I mean no harm. I just can't bear to watch it anymore. To be a bad guy, you need to have some brains, understand? Now I'll give you a few sincere suggestions. You can go up and talk to them. The first suggestion: don't look down on the little guy below. His growth rate is at least 10 times more terrifying than you can imagine. Once he breaks through his realm or his swordsmanship, I estimate that if you want to kill him again, you'll have to pay at least 5 times the price." As she said that, she paused and said, "The second suggestion: don't use the experts of this universe anymore. There are currently 6 people in this universe who are the best at fighting. The first one is me. The second one is Little Taoist. The third one is a Luo. The fourth one is the guy locked up in his tower, and the old man you met before. As for the last one, I won't tell you. You just need to know that among these 6 people, 4 are on his side. As for me and the other one, we won't help either side. In this case, if you want the experts of this universe to kill him, You're simply dreaming. The illusory man was silent. The Tendo continued. In addition, you've forgotten one thing. That is the Xiaota that the prophet created. If I'm not wrong, that Xiaota's Tao principles are about to be gathered. Once those Tao principles are gathered, you'll regret it. In addition, he has the help of the sword sects Tai Yi and the other righteous gods. To be honest, a few swordsmen from the sword sect can beat you until your mothers can't recognize you. Not to mention that they have many swordsmen. The dark world that you're supporting is really not enough. So based on what I said above, if you want to kill him, you'll have to mobilize your own strength. The illusory man looked at the Tendo. No one knew what he was thinking. The Tendo continued. Also, arrow is about to break through. Once that woman breaks through like you, it'll be a matter of one sword. Not to mention you. Even the Lord won't be a match for her. Also that Xiao Dao, do you know her? She's very powerful. To be honest, even I'm somewhat afraid of her. And you've successfully angered her and made her completely stand on Yi Xian's side. As she spoke, she sighed in a low voice. In conclusion, after watching you for so long, you're really stupid. I really can't stand it anymore. The illusory man suddenly said fiercely, Are you insulting us? The Tendo suddenly looked at the illusory man. The next moment, an invisible hand directly grabbed the illusory man's throat. The illusory man's eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist. The Tendo looked at the illusory man. Am I insulting you? I'm warning you out of goodwill. Let me tell you, many of you humans have the biggest problem. And that is that you're obviously stupid, but you don't know that you're stupid. You don't have any self-awareness at all. Just like now, you clearly know that you're not a match for me, but you still talk back to me. And you're even so fierce. Are you dreaming? As she spoke, she glanced at the emaciated old man, and the emaciated old man's expression changed. And then he said, I didn't say anything. The Tendo retracted her gaze and looked at the illusory man. The stupidest thing is that you actually wanted to imprison me in the beginning. What's even more stupid is that you actually only set up a formation and sent an envoy. TSK, I want to ask, did those fellows in the upper realm grow up eating farts? Where's their brains? They've lived for tens of thousands of years. With this kind of intelligence, even if I fed a pig and let it live for 10,000 years, it still wouldn't be so stupid. Do you believe me? The illusory man. The Tendo spoke with some enthusiasm, and she said, Actually, I still understand what you're thinking. In your opinion, you're from the upper realm, and we're from the lower realm. You have a natural sense of superiority, and in your eyes, we're definitely like ants that can only be trampled on by you. But after the previous few failures, have you still not woken up? As she spoke, she pointed at Yi Xian, who was still fighting madly below. That little fellow isn't to be trifled with. He has someone backing him up. You idiots, can you stop looking down on him? Can't you use some brains to snatch the bookstore? The illusory man looked at the Tendo, not daring to speak, much less move. The woman in front of him had the ability to kill him in seconds. The Tendo suddenly sighed heavily. Trash like you won't survive more than 2 rounds in those chivalrous ancient books. The skinny old man suddenly said, Your Excellency, do you also wish for Yi Xian to die? The Tendo looked at the skinny old man and said with a smile, Look at what you're asking. You're making me feel a little awkward. So you'd better die. As she spoke, she waved her right hand. Without a sound, the skinny old man directly disappeared. Seeing this scene, the illusory man's heart was filled with extreme shock. What kind of strength was this? Just how strong was this woman? The Tendo was about to speak, but a powerful blood-red sword intent suddenly arose from below. And in an instant, the entire sky had transformed into a sea of blood. A trace of surprise flashed in the Tendo's eyes, and she looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, the blood-red sword intent around Yi Xian was growing stronger and stronger. Moreover, Yi Xian's combat strength was increasing explosively at an extremely abnormal speed. The Tendo blinked when she saw this, and then she looked at the illusory man. Look, his bloodline power is about to break through. The illusory man was speechless. Below, Yi Xian, who was on the verge of breaking through, became more and more frenzied as he killed. At this moment, Yi Xian was like a god of death. The mad demon bloodline, the more frenzied it was, the stronger it was. The Tendo suddenly walked over to the illusory man. After you go up there, you must tell the people from the upper realm not to send any more idiots here. Especially to make them reevaluate that little fellow. It's best if you tell them what I just said. Finally, I'll give you a final suggestion. I suggest that all of you send out all your forces to break through the universe barrier between the upper realm and the lower realm in one go. And then gather all your forces to annihilate him in one go. Seize the bookstore and embark on the beautiful path of the great Tao. All of you have to work hard. All of you can do it. Kill Yi Xian and seize the bookstore. All of you can do it. As she spoke, she clenched her fists and made a cheering gesture. All the best. The illusory man was speechless. P.S. I didn't explode, but I still want tickets every day. Suddenly, I feel a little ashamed. Chapter 1128. Tendo let go of the illusory man. The illusory man took a deep look at Tendo, and then disappeared. When he left, the illusory man's eyes were filled with fear. Compared to Yi Xian, he felt that the woman in front of him was even more terrifying. This woman killed people without spilling blood. After the illusory man disappeared, Tendo blinked and then smiled. You idiots! With that, she turned to look at Yi Xian, who was still crazily slaughtering below, and said softly, This bloodline is very interesting. In front of the Black Tower, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. Yi Xian had already killed an uncountable number of dark creatures. However, those dark creatures had never retreated, because they really had nowhere to retreat to, unless they abandoned the dark world. And because Yi Xian had a strong physical body and the Taiji shield, none of the dark creatures could pose a fatal threat to Yi Xian. Exhaustion. They could only exhaust Yi Xian. However, because of the power of the bloodline, Yi Xian became stronger the more he fought. Great Desolate Kingdom. At this moment, in the sky above Great Desolate Kingdom, countless corpses fell from the sky. Xiao Dao was also killing. Even if the Lord and the super experts of the dark world attacked together, they still couldn't stop me. At this moment, the Lord regretted it. He realized that the woman in front of him was much stronger than he had imagined. At this moment, news came from the dark world. When he learned that Yi Xian was crazily slaughtering the dark creatures, the Lord's expression became extremely gloomy. At this moment, all the experts of the dark world were with him. It could be said that the dark world couldn't stop Yi Xian at all. He had to go back. The Lord suddenly said, Retreat. With that, he turned and was about to leave. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiao Dao looked at the Lord. Where do you want to go? The Lord stared at Xiao Dao. Miss Xiao Dao, we have no enmity. Xiao Dao suddenly said, I don't like the look of you, okay? A trace of darkness flashed in the Lord's eyes. Xiao Dao laughed and said, I just don't like you. With that, she disappeared on the spot. The Lord suddenly turned his head. You go back, I'll stop her. With that, he dashed toward Xiao Dao. Behind him, countless experts of the dark world fled. The King of Great Desolation instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this scene. It would be fine as long as they retreated. After all, the current Great Desolation Kingdom did not have the power to resist these people. Dark World. Yi Xian was still madly slaughtering. At this moment, the aura around his body was unprecedentedly strong, because the power of his bloodline had completely erupted. Around Yi Xian were countless corpses of the dark spirits. At least a few 100,000. On the other hand, Yi Xian didn't look tired at all. On the contrary, the more he fought, the fiercer he became. However, at this moment, he had completely entered a berserk state. The executing heaven sword in his hand seemed to be condensed from blood. No, at this moment it was a blood sword. Under the influence of Yi Xian, the attributes of the executing heaven sword also began to change wonderfully. In the sky, Tendo quietly looked at Yi Xian below. Her eyes were filled with curiosity, because she realized that she seemed to have underestimated the power of Yi Xian's bloodline. It could be said that Yi Xian's current state was completely capable of fighting arrow. Most importantly, the power of Yi Xian's bloodline was getting stronger and stronger, as if there was no end to it. Tendo curiously looked at Yi Xian. Her eyes were filled with interest. She wanted to see how strong the power of Yi Xian's bloodline was. At this moment, several shadows suddenly appeared beside Tendo. The people who came were number 9, Amu and Lin Xian. Amu glanced at Tendo, and then looked at Yi Xian below. When she saw Yi Xian's state, Amu's face instantly darkened. Lin Xian, who was at the side, suddenly wanted to make a move. Tendo suddenly said, "He's not in his right mind now. If you make a move, he'll kill you as well." The three women looked at Tendo. Lin Xian asked, "You are?" Tendo blinked. "I'm just a passerby. I'm reminding you out of goodwill. I don't mean anything else." "Passerby?" Lin Xian looked at Tendo. "You don't look like you're just passing by." Tendo smiled. "I'm just passing by. I have no ill intentions towards you. Don't be so guarded against me." Amu suddenly said, "How should I address you, sir?" Tendo blinked, and then said, "I'm Xiao Dao's friend. She knows me." "Xiao Dao," Amu said in a low voice. "Sir, can you make him return to normal?" Tendo blinked but didn't speak. Amu looked at Tendo. "Sir, can you?" Tendo smiled, and then said, "I can. However, his current state isn't a bad thing. Look, he's getting stronger and stronger. It can be said that he's stimulating his own potential." Lin Xian frowned slightly. "Stimulating his own potential?" Tendo nodded. "Look carefully. Isn't he much stronger than before?" Amu said in a low voice. "But if this goes on, he'll be in danger." Tendo shook his head. "Look at how strong his physical body is. Also, he has a shield. It can be said that at this time, numbers are not a threat to him, unless the Lord personally returns." Amu looked down at Yi Xian. Looking at Yi Xian, who was covered in blood, her eyes were filled with worry. The heavenly Dao suddenly laughed and said, "Don't worry too much. If his physical body isn't strong enough, the power of the bloodline will destroy his physical body. However, his physical body is extremely strong. The power of the bloodline is still unable to destroy his physical body." Lin Xian suddenly said, "Just let him continue like this." The Heaven Dao was just about to speak when the space in the distant horizon suddenly split open, and then countless experts from the dark world charged out. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned and disappeared from where she stood. Amu turned to look at Ninth. "Miss, please help." Ninth blinked. "All right." Finishing, she turned and disappeared not far away. While the two women were very strong, they couldn't completely block the Dark World experts. Therefore, more and more Dark World experts charged down towards Yi Xian. Below, Yi Xian was slaughtering madly with the executing heaven sword. It was as though he would never tire. Gradually, the executing heaven sword in his hand started to change. Tendo, who was next to Amu, said softly, "As expected, the swordsman's sword changes according to its master. The sword in his hand should be about to break through. Interesting." Amu looked at Tendo. "You are friends with Miss Xiao Dao?" Tendo smiled. "Yes, I am good friends with Xiao Dao." Amu glanced at the heavenly way, and was about to speak when the sound of a sword suddenly came from below. Amu turned his head to look, and saw the executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly erupt with a blood-red sword aura. This blood-red sword aura instantly flew thousands of feet away. Wherever it passed, countless bloody heads flew. Tendo's eyes flashed with surprise. "This sword has broken through." Amu looked at Yi Xian. Her eyes were still filled with worry. The current Yi Xian was very strong. It could be said that even if he encountered someone at the level of Lord Arrow, he wouldn't be weaker. However, Yi Xian didn't look normal at this moment. At this time, the surrounding Dark World experts started to retreat, because they were afraid. At this moment, they were really afraid. Around Yi Xian, corpses piled up like a mountain. Beneath his feet, blood flowed like a river. Looking at Yi Xian, who was covered in blood, Amu was about to go over, but was stopped by Tendo. Tendo looked at Amu. "To you, he is very dangerous right now because he has lost his mind." Amu looked down at Yi Xian. Yi Xian also stopped. In his eyes, there was a sea of blood. It was so red that it was terrifying. In his body, streams of powerful aura gushed out like waves. His surroundings had already become a sea of blood. All around, the Dark World experts kept retreating. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly roared. In the next moment, he charged at the Dark World experts. Pust! A blood-red sword energy tore through the battlefield. Wherever this blood-red sword energy passed, dozens of Dark World beings were slashed into nothingness. This sword energy tore through the air, and was tens of thousands of feet away in the blink of an eye. Wherever the sword energy passed, there was a pitch-black spatial rift. At this time, Tendo suddenly said softly, "He is also about to break through." Amu looked at Tendo. About to break through. Tendo nodded. His bloodline has reached a critical point. He is just a little bit away from breaking through. Amu frowned slightly. Just a little bit away? Tendo smiled. I still need to kill some people. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from where he was. Pust! A tearing sound suddenly resounded, and then numerous shrill cries resounded incessantly. Yi Xian started killing again. The Dark World experts fled like madmen. However, their speed was not as fast as Yi Xian. Just like this, after 15 minutes, Yi Xian was tens of thousands of feet away. Behind him, there were corpses everywhere. At this time, the entire Dark World was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Amu looked at Yi Xian, who had stopped in the distance. She clenched her fists, and did not conceal her nervousness. On the contrary, the Tendo next to her was very relaxed. She kept examining Yi Xian, her eyes filled with curiosity. Right at this moment, a ray of bloody light suddenly surged out of Yi Xian's body. In an instant, the blood in an area of several tens of thousands of meters suddenly converged towards Yi Xian like a tide. Moreover, the living beings of the dark who were still alive in the surroundings suddenly exploded, and then their blood converged towards Yi Xian, who was nearby. The entire starry sky was instantly dyed blood red. In the sky, Amu's expression suddenly changed, because she found that the blood in her body was trembling. Not only that, her skin started to crack, and the blood in her body was about to rush out. What was going on? Amu was shocked. At this time, Tendo put a hand on her shoulder, and Amu instantly returned to normal. Amu looked at Tendo. Tendo looked at Yi Xian in the distance and said softly, "His bloodline broke through." Not only that, he also used his bloodline to comprehend the blood realm. Using blood to form a realm, a bit powerful. Chapter 1129. Using blood to form a domain. Amu looked at Yi Xian in the distance. At this moment, Yi Xian was in a sea of blood. In this sea of blood, the blood of the Dark World experts rushed out of their bodies and gathered towards him. At this moment, countless Dark World beings died. When the blood gathered in Yi Xian's body, Yi Xian's blood domain became even stronger. Not only that, but his presence also became stronger. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly clenched his fists. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding sea of blood suddenly exploded. The space within 100,000 feet around Yi Xian turned into nothingness. The aftershock of the powerful force swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. When Amu sensed the aftershock, her expression instantly changed. When she wanted to retreat, the force in front of her had already disappeared without a trace. Amu turned to look at Tendo. Tendo smiled slightly. Amu looked deeply at Tendo, and then turned to look at Yi Xian in the distance. At this moment, the sea of blood around Yi Xian had disappeared, but Yi Xian was still covered in blood. He really looked like a person made from blood. At a glance, he was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at Amu and Tendo, because the surrounding Dark World beings had either died or fled. The ones closest to him were Tendo and Amu. Seeing Yi Xian look over, Amu's expression changed because she felt a powerful murderous intent. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from his spot. A sword light flashed across the battlefield. Amu frowned. Did he really not recognize her? At this moment, Tendo suddenly appeared in front of Amu. Yi Xian's sword stabbed towards Tendo's forehead. However, the sword stopped half a foot in front of Tendo. Yi Xian suddenly roared and stabbed forward. The space at the tip of the sword caved in, but it did not shatter. His sword still could not move forward. At this moment, Tendo suddenly pointed at the tip of Yi Xian's sword. Boom! The sword instantly returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, the blood on Yi Xian's body retreated like the tide. Soon, Yi Xian and the executing heaven sword returned to normal, while Yi Xian fell. Amu quickly supported Yi Xian. Tendo smiled slightly. He's fine. He was just too strong just now. He overdrew his strength, and is a little weak now. Amu looked at Tendo. Thank you. Tendo clapped her hands and smiled. You're welcome. It's just a small matter. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. And, you guys have to leave quickly too. If the Lord comes later, he'll definitely die of anger. After saying that, she glanced at the dark world in the field and shook her head. How tragic. Hee hee. After saying that, she turned and left. She walked very slowly. But from Amu's point of view, the woman in front of her was very far away from her. Who was this woman? Amu shook her head and withdrew her thoughts. She picked up Yi Xian and looked at number 9 and Lin Xian not far away. Lin Xian looked in the direction where Tendo left. Is it that woman? Amu smiled. If she doesn't say, then let's not ask. Lin Xian nodded. Amu picked up Yi Xian and turned to leave. In the field, Lin Xian also left. However, number 9 did not leave. Amu looked at number 9. Miss, aren't you going with us? Number 9 blinked. You guys go. I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from killing you. The two women were speechless. Number 9 suddenly said, I'm very serious. Amu blinked. You want to kill us? Number 9 nodded. I have this thought, and I want to do it. Amu was a little puzzled. Why? Number 9 looked at Amu. Because you're humans. Amu was stunned. Are you not human? Number 9 snorted, turned and disappeared into the horizon. Amu was dumbfounded. She looked at Lin Xian. Did I say something wrong? Lin Xian shrugged, and she had a dumbfounded expression as well. Amu hesitated for a moment, and then she said, She'll be fine, right? Lin Xian shook her head. She's extremely strong, and ordinary people aren't a match for her at all. Amu pointed at her head and said softly, But she doesn't seem normal to me. Lin Xian was speechless. A short while later, the two women left with Yi Xian. In the sky above Great Wilderness Kingdom, the Lord was still fighting Xiao Dao, and the Lord was being completely suppressed by Xiao Dao. At this moment, the Lord could be said to be covered in injuries. Hiss! Suddenly, one of the Lord's arms flew off, and blood sprayed. The little Taoist was about to attack again, when the Overlord suddenly roared in anger. He turned around, and as he did, the space in front of him suddenly split open. He entered that space, and the little Taoist was about to stop him. But at this moment, a woman appeared before her. The person who came was Tendo. Seeing Tendo, Xiao Dao frowned. What are you doing? Tendo glanced at Xiao Dao. If you continue to attack, your injuries will worsen. Xiao Dao was expressionless, and behind her, there were corpses everywhere. Tendo said softly, Xiao Dao, why do you want to get involved in this dispute? Xiao Dao smiled. Many times, you can only get something by giving it a try. Of course, I attacked just now purely because I don't like him. I gave him some face, but he really thinks he's someone important. Tendo smiled. It's normal. After all, he doesn't know your true strength. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. If I'm not wrong, you're using Yi Xian to fight against the upper realm. As for this dark world and those great gods, they're nothing to you. Tendo chuckled. You've guessed correctly. Saying so, she looked around and said softly, The enemies of this universe are not limited to the upper realm. Xiao Dao frowned. The sword sect. Tendo nodded. Xiao Dao said in a low voice, Isn't the sword sect fighting against them? Xiao Dao smiled. What if they can't stop them? You should know that their sect leader is not here. Xiao Dao was silent. There are no absolutes in this world. If the sword sect can't stop them, Xiao Dao said softly, If I'm not wrong, the upper realm has joined forces with those guys over there. They're responsible for restraining the sword sect, while they're responsible for targeting Yi Xian. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. What do you plan to do? Tiandao smiled. I just want this universe to be fine. I don't want anything else. Xiao Dao was silent. She knew that the biggest conflict between Tendo and Yi Xian was that one wanted to protect this universe, while the other wanted to protect the people of this universe. There was a big difference between them. Xiao Dao said softly, You know, unless you kill all the living beings in this universe will eventually be destroyed. Tendo said softly, The upper realm's method is very good. Xiao Dao narrowed her eyes. You want to do that? Tendo smiled. This method can be learned, can't it? Xiao Dao shook her head. It's impossible. It's impossible to make them give up what they have, unless. Speaking of this, her pupils suddenly shrank. You, Tendo smiled. It's not just me who has this idea, the prophet also has it. Xiao Dao was silent. Tendo smiled. Do you think I'm cruel? Xiao Dao shook her head. There's no such thing as cruel or not. From another perspective, you've actually done nothing. On the contrary, you've helped this universe a lot. It's the living beings of this universe that are constantly seeking death. Tendo smiled, then said, In the beginning, I was very happy when many living beings appeared in this universe. This universe doesn't belong to anyone, it belongs to everyone. But later, I found out that there were more and more living beings in this universe. Especially after humans appeared, they began to destroy this universe madly. Especially those powerhouses at the beginning. They were so arrogant that they kept shouting about defying the heavens. As if they weren't strong if they didn't say, I control my own fate, not the heavens. As she said this, she shook her head. The funny thing is, they don't know anything about fate. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. You can join forces with him. Tendo smiled. I don't trust any humans anymore. Because from ancient times until now, the most greedy beings have always been humans. Their ambitions and desires can never be satisfied. Moreover, this youth Yi Xian you mentioned, although his nature isn't that bad, he only has his family in his heart. He can sacrifice this universe for his family, isn't that right? Xiao Dao was silent. Tendo softly said, I won't destroy them, because this universe is already punishing them. The funny thing is, the living beings of this universe still don't have the slightest intention of changing. This time's fifth dimension tribulation will be stronger than the previous ones. At least 10 times stronger. No one will be able to escape. Without these living beings, this universe will become even more beautiful. After saying this, she turned around and left. Xiao Dao was silent where he stood. Tendo wouldn't deal with anyone. She only needed to watch from the side, and things would develop according to her plan. And she wouldn't offend anyone, nor would she be contaminated with any karma. She could kill all the powerhouses of this world, and the higher realms blame her? She didn't do anything. At most, she would occasionally add fuel to the fire. In the end, this was a sin created by the living beings of this universe. In the past, Tendo helped the living beings of this universe, but now, she clearly didn't want to help. Xiao Dao's expression was somewhat complicated. In fact, only she knew how kind the former Tendo was. She was truly kind, unfortunately. Xiao Dao put away her weapon and turned around to leave. Below the great desolate country, corpses were everywhere. When the Lord returned to the dark world, he was completely stunned. What happened? At this moment, the entire dark world was covered in corpses. Blood flowed like a river, and everywhere was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The Lord was stunned. At this time, some of the surviving dark world powerhouses came in front of the Lord. The Lord was expressionless. Who did it? A dark world powerhouse hesitated, then said, Yi Xian. The Lord suddenly roared. How is this possible? He is only at the rebirth realm. How could he slaughter our dark world? How is this possible? P.S. Have you all started working recently? Chapter 1130. A long time passed before the Lord calmed down. At this moment, he'd accepted the fact that Yi Xian had done all of this. Moreover, Yi Xian had done all of this by himself. Yi Xian had slaughtered the entire dark world on his own. Moreover, Yi Xian seemed to have broken through. The Lord slowly closed his eyes. The losses they'd suffered this time were too heavy. A short while passed before the Lord suddenly said, "The experts from the higher dimensions didn't act?" An expert from the dark world shook his head. "They didn't." The Lord's expression instantly became ferocious when he heard this. They didn't act. The higher dimensions had sent him to the kingdom of great desolation to draw Yi Xian's attention. But the higher dimensions hadn't acted when Yi Xian had come to the dark world to slaughter him. They hadn't acted. The Lord slowly clenched his fists. At this moment Skyless, who was beside him, suddenly said, "They are using us." The Lord raised his head and glanced at them with an expressionless face. Right at this moment, the space above them suddenly split open, and then a man walked out from within. The expressions of the experts from the dark world instantly became ferocious when they saw this man. Presently, they didn't have a good impression of the higher dimensions at all. The man walked towards the Lord. His body was ethereal, and it wasn't a corpse or even a soul. It was just a simple projection. The man glanced at the surroundings and spoke softly. "I'm sorry, we didn't expect this." The Lord looked the man in the eyes. "Why didn't you act?" The man shook his head. "It wasn't that we didn't act, we were stopped by Tindo." "Tindo?" The Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. "Wasn't she trapped by all of you?" The man spoke softly. "She's out. She's out." The Lord's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Tindo. He was naturally extremely fearful of this woman. The man spoke softly. "We underestimated that young man, Yi Xian, the people behind him, and we underestimated Tindo even more. So we'll investigate them once more." The Lord gazed at the man. "Then what about the dark world?" Although he was very angry, he was very clear that the only way for the dark world to survive was to stick close to the upper realm. The current dark world could not compete with Yi Xian and Tindo. The man said, "Bide your time." The Lord frowned. "Bide our time? What if Yi Xian and the others make a move?" The man opened his palm, and a black scroll suddenly appeared in his hand. When he opened his palm, the black scroll suddenly turned into a black light and disappeared into the horizon. In the next moment, a mysterious force spread in all directions. The man looked at the High Lord. "This is an enchantment that can seal the dark world. If they want to enter, they will have to pay a huge price." With a wave of his right hand, two black-robed men appeared behind the High Lord. Both of them are at the peak of the sovereign realm. Ordinary sovereign realm experts are no match for them. From now on, they will stay here to guard the dark world with you. The Lord suddenly asked, "Can you come down?" The man said softly, "We will think of a way. In short, you just need to understand that we are determined to obtain that study room." The Lord looked at the man. "What is that study room?" The man shook his head. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Even I don't know what is inside that study room." The Lord fell silent. The man said, "Wait for our notice. This time we have suffered a great loss. If we attack again, we must kill them in one strike. Speak." With that said, his body gradually turned illusory. In a short while, he disappeared in front of the Lord. After the man disappeared, Heavenless suddenly said, "We shouldn't have trusted them." The Lord said softly, "If we don't trust them, who should we trust? Right now, only they can fight against Yi Xian and that Tindo." Heavenless fell silent. The Lord shook his head. "We have no other choice." Heavenless looked at the Lord. He wanted to say something but hesitated. The Lord said softly, "I know what you are thinking. You should know that Tindo had the ability to destroy us in the past, but she didn't. I don't believe that she is benevolent or kind. She must be plotting something. If we want to get rid of her control, we can only rely on the power of the upper realm." Heavenless hesitated and said, "But now it seems that the upper realm doesn't have the ability to kill Yi Xian and Tindo." The Lord said softly, "Let's wait and see. I believe that the upper realm will not only have this little strength. Let's wait and see." With that said, he looked at the corpses around him, and his face gradually became ferocious. Wu Clan. Yi Xian was lying on a bed. Beside her was a Mu. At this moment, the murderous intent and violent aura on Yi Xian's body had disappeared. However, he had not woken up yet. Amu looked at Yi Xian in front of her with a complicated expression. She finally found out. Don't be fooled by the guy in front of her. When it comes to his sister, Yi Ling, he is like a madman. At this moment, Yi Xian's hand, who was lying on the bed, suddenly moved. Amu quickly held his hand and said softly, "You're awake?" Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. The next moment he suddenly sat up and looked at Amu. "Where's my sister?" Amu quickly said, "Don't worry, she's fine." "She's fine." "Fine." Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment his mind was a little messy. He only knew that he had gone to the dark world. He could not remember anything else. State of madness. Amu suddenly said softly, "Can't you remember?" Yi Xian nodded. Amu said in a deep voice, "You went to the dark world and slaughtered many dark creatures." With that, she told him what Yi Xian had done in the dark world. After a while, Yi Xian opened his eyes and said softly, "Did you break through?" Amu nodded. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. However, the executing heaven sword was very normal, and he himself was also very normal. Yi Xian looked at Amu. After a moment of silence, Amu said softly, "Maybe it has something to do with your bloodline power. It should be that only when you activate the bloodline power will you enter that state, and in that state, your strength will increase by more than several times." State of madness. Yi Xian shook his head. Although that state would increase his strength, it could not be controlled. At this moment, Amu also said, "Although that state will increase your strength, the drawbacks are too great. Because you will even kill your own people. It's too crazy. So it's better not to enter that state." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. He did not want to enter that state. But he found that as long as he was angry, he would automatically enter that state. Yi Xian shook his head, and did not think too much. He looked at Amu. "Take me to see Ling." Amu nodded. It didn't take long for Amu to bring Yi Xian to the cemetery. As soon as they entered the cemetery, the old man appeared before them. The old man sized up Yi Xian. "You've returned to normal?" Yi Xian nodded and smiled bitterly. "Senior, you didn't make it clear at that time." The old man shook his head. "You ran away before I could even finish speaking. Young man, you should be more patient. You're too impulsive." Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." The old man turned to glance at the grave and said, "Your sister went in. She hasn't come out yet." Yi Xian looked at the grave. "Is it dangerous?" The old man shook his head. "It shouldn't be. The senior inside has no ill intentions towards your sister, so it should be a huge fortuitous encounter for her." Yi Xian walked towards the grave, and as soon as he approached it, a powerful dark light surged out from within it. Yi Xian's expression changed, and he hurriedly withdrew his Taiji shield. Bang! In an instant, Yi Xian retreated by over 1 kilometer. As soon as he stopped, the ground beneath him instantly collapsed. At the same time, countless cracks actually appeared on the Taiji shield in his hand. Yi Xian was petrified at the sight of that. Amu was stunned as well. That was the Taiji shield, a precious treasure of the human race. It cracked open just like that? What the hell? Yi Xian gazed at the grave with an extremely solemn expression. Who exactly is inside? Yi Xian and Amu looked at the old man, and the old man shrugged. "I don't know who it is. In any case, someone asked me to stand guard here until she wakes up." Yi Xian said in a low voice. "Who asked you to stand guard here?" The old man said softly, "A man in green clothes. A man in green clothes." Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, "That swordsman." The old man nodded. Yi Xian looked at the grave. "Didn't he tell you who's inside?" The old man shook his head. He only said that it's a very important relative of his. Also, don't try to break open the grave by force. I don't know what the little white fellow and the little girl are hiding inside, but it's definitely very dangerous. The little white fellow. Yi Xian's expression became slightly strange. Could that little fellow have buried Tong Hulu inside? Yi Xian restrained his thoughts and looked at the Taiji shield. At this moment, the Taiji shield had returned to normal. Fortunately, the Taiji shield had the ability to repair itself. Otherwise, it would be too damaging. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, "Don't worry about her." Yi Xian nodded slightly. He could still sense Yi Ling's aura, but he didn't dare approach the grave rashly. Obviously, the owner of the grave didn't allow outsiders to approach it. But who exactly was buried in the grave? The relative of the man in green clothes? Yi Xian couldn't figure it out. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, "What do you plan to do next?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "Has arrow broken through?" Amu shook his head. "Not yet. Don't worry too much. Xiao Dao is secretly guarding the Great Desolation Kingdom." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression relaxed slightly. The upper realm. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the sky, and his expression gradually turned ferocious. This time, he didn't expect the upper realm to have designs on Yi Ling. Fortunately, the old man was strong enough. Otherwise, Yi Ling would definitely be doomed. And the dark world. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and left. Amu hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" Yi Xian said, "To the dark world." Amu was stunned and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said fiercely, "If I don't slaughter them, I won't be able to eat. Kill, I want to kill them all." Chapter 1131. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the dark world. However, the entrance of the dark world was sealed off by a powerful barrier. Yi Xian was expressionless. He opened his palm, and the man-ruler seal appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the man-ruler seal transformed into a ray of sword light that shot towards the barrier. Boom! The barrier trembled violently, and then it became illusory. The man-ruler seal. It could break all seals and barriers in the world. Soon, the barrier shattered, and the entrance to the dark world appeared in front of Yi Xian. At this moment a man walked out. It was the Lord. The Lord was still injured. The arm that Xiao Dao had cut off hadn't fully recovered. The Lord looked at Yi Xian calmly. Wu Tian, who was next to the Lord, was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Qi. A ray of sword light tore through the battlefield, and instantly appeared in front of the Lord. The Lord didn't attack. Two old men suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! With a loud explosion, Yi Xian retreated to his original spot. The Lord looked at Yi Xian. "Are you really not going to give me a way out?" Yi Xian sneered. "Give you a way out? Haven't you heard of taking your life while you're down?" With that, he charged out. He didn't come to the dark world to act on impulse. Now that the Lord was seriously injured, and the experts of the dark world were dead, it could be said that the dark world was at its weakest. If he didn't destroy it now, when would he? The Lord narrowed his eyes when he saw Yi Xian charging over. His intuition told him that something was wrong. Yi Xian couldn't destroy the dark world by himself. At this moment, the space around them suddenly split open. In the next moment, a dozen powerful auras swept over. The newcomers were Tai Yi Shengong, and the others. There were a total of 12 principal gods. They were all super experts in the ruler realm. The Lord's expression changed drastically. Retreat! With that, he led the surrounding dark world experts back to the dark world. Yi Xian, on the other hand, led Tai and the others into the dark world. In front of the Black Tower, the Lord stared at the distant sky. There, Yi Xian and the 12 others were slaughtering their way forward. No one could stop them. Soon Yi Xian and the others were getting closer and closer to him. Suddenly the Overlord roared, "Summon the Ancestor." As soon as he finished speaking, the black pagoda behind him suddenly trembled violently, and then a ray of black light shot into the sky. Within that ray of black light, an old man suddenly appeared. The old man was dressed in a black robe. His hair and beard were all white, and he exuded an extremely powerful aura that was as vast as the starry sky, unfathomable. In the distance, Yi Xian stopped and frowned. Why did all these powers like to summon their ancestors? Who was his ancestor? He also wanted to call his ancestor. Calling him ancestor for no reason at all. It was really annoying. In the sky, the black-robed old man looked around. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes, but it gradually became clear. A moment later, the black-robed old man's gaze fell on the Lord. The Lord and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully. This was a senior from the dark world. The black-robed old man looked around, and finally, he looked at Yi Xian in the distance. When he saw Yi Xian, he immediately frowned. Yi Xian gripped the executing heaven sword tightly in his right hand. Just as he was about to attack, the black-robed old man suddenly said softly, "Young man, come here for a moment." Yi Xian blinked. He glanced at the old man, hesitated for a moment, and then walked in front of the black-robed old man. Of course, he was always on guard, afraid that the old man would play dirty. Some old men were very bad. After the black-robed old man sized up Yi Xian, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "You," Yi Xian asked, "what is it?" The black-robed old man said softly, "Your fate is so strange. And the karma you carry." Yi Xian glanced at the old man. "Are you going to fight or not?" The black-robed old man took a deep and long glance at Yi Xian, and then he said, "May I know why you want to kill my dark world and the dark world?" Yi Xian smiled. "I'm not the one who wants to destroy all of you. It's all of you who want to destroy me." The black-robed old man turned around to look at the Lord. "What's going on?" The expressions of the experts from the dark world became slightly strange when they heard this. What's going on? This ancestor of his seemed to be blaming him. The Lord fell silent for a moment before he said, "Ancestor, can you kill him?" The black-robed old man stared at the Lord. "Are you an idiot?" An uproar resounded here. Yi Xian and the others were stunned. "What's going on?" The Lord gazed at the black-robed old man with a slightly unsightly expression. The black-robed old man looked down at the Lord. "You'll lead the dark world to destruction." The Lord spoke in a low voice. "Just because we chose him to be our enemy?" The black-robed old man shook his head. "You've lived for so many years, yet you can't even do that. You've really lived for nothing." The Lord frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" The black-robed old man's face was expressionless. "The karma he carries isn't something my dark world can taint." The Lord fell silent. The black-robed old man continued. "It's fine to be ambitious, but you have to possess strength that can match it. Otherwise, you'll only be courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. "Young friend, my dark world would like to end this karma with you today. May I know if that's possible?" Yi Xian smiled. "No. You can fight if you want and stop if you don't. Who do you think I am? It doesn't matter who comes here today." The black-robed old man nodded slightly. "I understand." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm. In an instant, the space around him became illusory. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. And then Tai suddenly said, "He's not simple." Yi Xian nodded. This old man's cultivation is definitely above the ruler realm. At the very least, shattering void realm. The scene here changed incessantly between illusory and real. And the space around Yi Xian and the others gradually started to ripple violently. Yi Xian slashed with his sword. However, it seemed like he'd slashed through the air, and the sword chi had vanished without a trace. "What's going on?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. Tai spoke softly by Yi Xian's side. "This is shattering void realm. The space I'm in right now is illusory and not real." "No, only he is real. The current situation is extremely disadvantageous to us." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he took a step forward and activated his sword domain. Yi Xian was stunned the instant the sword domain appeared. Under the sword domain, the void was the void, and the truth was the truth. Yi Xian was stunned. At this moment, he suddenly understood what shattering void was. Void? Really? Under Yi Xian's sword domain, the black-robed old man was like a naked woman. Everything could be seen clearly, and there were no secrets to speak of. However, even though he had seen through it, he was still unable to understand how it felt. It was like a young man who had been single for countless years looking at a naked woman. He could see everything clearly, but he still couldn't understand the primitive joy. Because he only looked and didn't delve deeper, he couldn't experience it. Hurry! At this moment, Yi Xian was very anxious. He wanted to experience the feeling of being in between reality and illusion, but he didn't know where to start. He knew that he was only one step away from the shattering void tier. And as long as he took this step, to be able to reach the shattering void tier. Even though this sounded ridiculous since he was only at the rebirth state, Yi Xian knew that it was entirely possible. In the sword domain, Yi Xian was even more anxious. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was the black-robed old man. He directly threw a punch at Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian watched as the punch flew towards him. The punch was very slow, so slow that it seemed a little unreal. However, when the punch landed on his chest, in an instant, boom! Yi Xian retreated several thousand feet. Outside the sword domain, Tai Yi and the others couldn't do anything. At this moment, it was as if they were separated from this world. It was extremely strange. When Yi Xian stopped, the black-robed old man appeared in front of him again. At this moment Yi Xian smiled. The black-robed old man threw a punch. Yi Xian suddenly threw a punch. When he saw Yi Xian's punch, the black-robed old man was instantly stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief, but he didn't withdraw his fist. Boom! As soon as their fists collided in an instant, the surroundings suddenly fell silent, and then the space around them trembled before shattering and turning pitch black. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had retreated 3 kilometers. At the same time, his body cracked and blood sprayed. But he was smiling. He was smiling very happily. On the contrary, the black-robed old man's expression was unprecedentedly solemn, as he stared fixedly at Yi Xian. How could this be possible? At this moment, his heart was like a raging sea. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. Why not? The black-robed old man looked at Yi Xian, and his eyes were filled with tangible killing intent. He knew that if this young man didn't die, then the dark world would definitely perish. Comprehending a higher realm? That was too crazy. The black-robed old man slowly clenched his right hand. In an instant, the space around him became illusory. Yi Xian sensed the black-robed old man's killing intent, and he suddenly said, "Retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. When Tai Yi and the others heard Yi Xian's words, they turned around and ran. Seeing Yi Xian run without another word, the black-robed old man was stunned. Was this guy not going to fight anymore? While he was stunned, Yi Xian had already disappeared into the horizon. In the same place, the black-robed old man didn't chase after him, because he wouldn't exist for long. His expression was extremely ugly. Below, the Lord appeared in front of the black-robed old man. He said in a low voice, "What's wrong?" The black-robed old man turned around and glanced at the Lord. Gradually, he became more and more illusory, and in a short while, he completely disappeared. In the battlefield, the Lord's expression was extremely ugly. He knew that something must have happened, because he felt the black-robed old man's emotion. It was fear. What exactly happened that made the old man, who was already in the shattering void tier, so afraid? The Lord looked at the horizon in the distance where Yi Xian had escaped, his expression becoming more and more ugly. After a long silence, the Lord looked up at the horizon. At this moment, he could only hope that the people of the higher realm would come down as soon as possible, because the current dark world couldn't stop Yi Xian. The higher realm. In a boundless void, a woman in a plain dress walked through the air. Wherever she went, the space was torn apart. After an unknown amount of time, an old man suddenly appeared thousands of feet in front of the woman in the plain dress. The old man held a sword and looked at the woman in the plain dress. "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." As he spoke, he pulled out his sword and pointed it at the woman in the plain dress. "If you survive a blow from the old man will let you pass." P.S. I've been locked up at home for a long time. My hair has grown so long, and I want to go to a proper health shop to get my hair cut. As she said that, she looked at Amu. Someone from the upper realm has intervened. Tendo is watching from the sidelines. I think we can't just sit around and wait for death. We have to do something. Amu blinked. What should we do? Qian thought about it and said, "Why don't we move to the sword sect? Didn't that swordsman ask us to go to the sword sect as a guest? I think we can go play." "Play?" Amu said in a deep voice. "But he didn't say the address." Qian blinked. "That's right. He didn't say the address, but he asked us to go play." The two women. In the room, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment he was already meditating. About 4 hours later, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and displayed sword domain. In the next moment his right hand slowly clenched, and in an instant, the space inside sword domain directly became illusory. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was instantly excited. Shattering Void. He could now achieve Shattering Void. However, he could only achieve Shattering Void with the help of Sword Domain. Without Sword Domain, he couldn't achieve the state of Shattering Void. Strictly speaking, he still wasn't considered a Shattering Void tier elite, but he already had the ability of the Shattering Void tier. Yi Xian smiled and left the room. Outside, Amu and the two women had been waiting for a long time. Yi Xian looked at Qian. Divine Master. Qian nodded slightly. She sized up Yi Xian. You broke through. Yi Xian smiled. Sort of. Quite a harvest. Qian smiled. Congratulations. Yi Xian smiled and said, Divine Master, what brings you here? Qian nodded. This time, I came to discuss our future path with you. Yi Xian was just about to speak, when the unusual beast scripture suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the unusual beast scripture. The unusual beast scripture said, You speak, I'm listening. Qian said in a deep voice. The people of the higher realm definitely won't let it go. They haven't made a move now, because they've already suffered twice and learned to be smart. But next time, they'll definitely be fully prepared. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. So we have to prepare in advance. Yi Xian nodded. But now there's a problem. And that's that we don't even know where they are. Qian said. Xiao Dao knows. Right at this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly appeared, and she glanced at them. Don't even think about counterattacking. Their place isn't somewhere you can go right now. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Then why can they come down? Xiao Dao said indifferently. Have you seen them come down? They haven't really come down until now. Yi Xian suddenly asked. They can't come down? Xiao Dao shook her head. No, they can come down, but they have to pay a huge price. One of the prices is that their realm will be suppressed. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why would they be suppressed? Xiao Dao smiled. The laws of the universe. In this universe, there are some laws that can't be defied. Yi Xian asked again. The laws of the universe? Who came up with? Xiao Dao suddenly said. Stop, I can't stand you. Yi Xian. Xiao Dao shook her head. The laws of the universe aren't created by anyone. They exist by themselves. Just like this world, there will be wind and rain day and night for seasons. These are the laws of the universe. Here and above, there are laws of the universe. Whether these laws exist naturally or man-made, I have never studied them, just like how you would study why there is day and night. Yi Xian shook his head. He wasn't bored, so why would he study this? At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly said, The prophet will study it, and he will study it thoroughly. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why would he study this? Xiao Dao said softly. In his words, it's to pursue the truth. Yi Xian frowned. Truth? Xiao Dao nodded. Strictly speaking, he is a scholar. Strictly speaking, he is a scholar. Yi Xian wanted to ask something else, but Amu suddenly rolled her eyes at him. Get to the point. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Xiao Dao, you just said that the people from the upper realm will have their realms suppressed when they come down? Xiao Dao nodded. The stronger the person, the harder the suppression. This is also why they don't come down personally, but use the people of this world to deal with you. It's not that they don't want to come down, but the price they have to pay is too high. However, if they don't give up on your study house, they won't stop. Yi Xian said softly. In other words, they will continue to send people down, right? Xiao Dao nodded slightly. The worst case scenario is that they will come down personally. If they have some special method to come down without being suppressed, you will be in danger. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Is there a big difference in strength between us and the people above? Xiao Dao shook her head. It's not very big. Their place is not much different than here. Of course, I'm talking about the martial arts civilization. Yi Xian was stunned. At this time, Xiao Dao said again. However, they have a lot of people, and each of them is a huge force. If you are above, Your strength is really not enough to deal with them. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. Miss Xiao Dao understands the people above very well? Xiao Dao said calmly. Very well. Why is there a problem? Yi Xian blinked. Miss Xiao Dao also comes from above? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. Do you still want to ask questions? Yi Xian. Amu rolled his eyes at Yi Xian, and then he looked at Xiao Dao. Miss Xiao Dao, do you have any suggestions? Xiao Dao fell silent for a moment before she said, There are only 3 things that you have to worry about now. Firstly, they will stop at nothing to send experts down to fight you to the death. If they do that, then you will be the ones that will suffer the most. Of course, they will suffer the same. Secondly, they have joined forces with the Yin spirits guarding the Sword Sect. No, they have already joined forces. Even though the Sword Sect is extremely strong, if they help those Yin spirits, then the Sword Sect will still be in danger. Because the sect master of the Sword Sect isn't here right now. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Are those Yin spirits that strong? Xiao Dao said flatly. What do you think? If they aren't strong, then would the Sword Sect need to guard it for so many years? The most terrifying thing about those Yin spirits is that they can transform all living beings into Yin spirits. So long as they come into contact with someone, then that person will become one of them. It can be said that one has to be at least at the rebirth realm to be able to resist them. Anyone below the rebirth realm wouldn't be able to resist them at all. Amu's beautiful brows knit together slightly. They're that strong. Xiao Dao nodded. They're extraordinarily strong. That special ability of those Yin spirits is truly too terrifying. Let me tell you that not to mention this dimension, even those fellows in the immortal dimension wouldn't be able to resist those Yin spirits. No matter what race or living being it is, they'll become one of them wherever they go. The expressions of everyone here became solemn when they heard this. Such an ability was too terrifying indeed. No, it was simply abnormal. It was obvious that if they came to this universe, then wouldn't this universe be finished? How could they resist them? Meanwhile, a Qian suddenly asked, why was the Sword Sect able to resist them? Xiao Dao fell silent for a short while before he said, because the sect master of the Sword Sect was very good at fighting. He killed at least 10 million Yin spirits on his own, and he made the entire spirit race stop on his own. Moreover, the patriarch of the spirit race at that time was even killed by a single swing of his sword. Her eyes rippled as she spoke, and she seemed to be recalling the past. That battle was the first time the spirit race suffered. The spirit race left this universe obediently under that man's gaze, and they didn't even dare to let out a fart. However, that man isn't in this world anymore. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.